to welcome everybody to the March Amherst County School Board meeting. Dr. Wells, is there anything you need to start with? Okay. All right, so if we could rise for a moment of silence and pledge allegiance, please.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All righty, board. We have an agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda. I'd like to move the budget presentation to 3.01, and then 3.02 would be public comment, therefore allowing the public to comment on the budget presentation after it's presented. And then I would also like to add a public comment prior to agenda item number 15.
I second the motion.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. There's a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, none opposed? We need to take care. Okay, so now, can I get a motion to approve the amended
I make a
agenda?
motion, we approve the
Bethany.
amended agenda.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Dr. Wells, recognitions?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we have our December and January students and staff of the month. We recognize them, do a little differently since we have 2 months worth tonight in essence of time. I'm going to read out a few of the phrases and words that describe our students, for our students. Excelled in academics, behavior, and attendance. Wonderful attitude. Makes great efforts to get along with peers. Is a hard worker, is motivated. Demonstrates growth and dedication. Always looking out for the people around them. Always ready and prepared to learn. Positive attitude, encouraging to others. Hardworking, determined. Always strives to do their best. These are some of the accolades that describe these students in general. So as I call you up, yes, this is what describes you. That's why you were chosen this month, for these months to be students of the month. So when I call your name, please come forward. We'll stand here. And then once everybody gets up here, we'll take a group photo with December. Then I'll call January students and then do staff the same way. Okay? All right. So Landon Mays, Amherst County High School. Darla Ann Evans, AEC. Okay. Tony Mason, Amherst Middle School. All right. Might be quick. Braylon Adams, Nelson Middle School. All right. Eden Foster, Amelon. All right. Harbor Poling, Amherst Elementary. Kinsley Sorrells, Central Elementary. Jackson Scruggs, Elin Elementary. Cambry Carr, Masson Heights Elementary. Okay. Brindley Gunter, Temperance Elementary. And that is all for December. All right, that's all for December, sir.
Where are you going here? Families want to get pictures. Let's carry it.
Okay, for January, again, we had to delay these a little bit. We had some weather in January and February that kind of put us behind a little bit. So this is week 3 of being on time every day and not being closed. Between Christmas break and 3 weeks ago, we didn't have a week that we didn't either were 2 hours late or closed at least one day. So this is the first 3, working on 3 weeks in a row now. So the high school, Adam Goen, Amherst County High School. Okay. Kimberly Barker, Amherst Education Center. Okay. Olivia Hughes, Amherst Middle School. Violet Tyree, Manellison Middle School. Owen Foster, Amelon. Not here. Okay. I hope I can say this right. Isla Donahue, AE Amherst Elementary.
I knew it.
Okay. It's okay, Owen.
Okay.
We're fine. Aubrey Campbell, Central Elementary. Okay. Lydia Metter, Elon Elementary. John Tay Haskins, Masson Heights Elementary. Perkins Stennett, Temperance Elementary. All right. That is it for this group. All right. Mr. Terry.
Congratulations.
So for our staff, I want to hit a few of the accolades that were on it for staff. Always incredibly positive, and his students love being in his class. Responds to staff and students with care and concern. True professional, a fantastic leader. Develops great relationships with students. Hard work and dedication. Always ready to support students. Resilience, intelligence, and determination. Encourages our students to be the best versions of themselves, inspiring them to persevere through challenges. Ability to help students achieve incredible academic and personal growth while fostering meaningful connections that last a lifetime. These are a few of the accolades that describe our teachers, or our staff of the month. So we'll start with December. And when I call your name, please come forward. Cody Alonso, Amherst County High School. Kristen Braswell, Amherst Education Center. Linda Zablosky, Amherst Middle School. Thurman Henley, Manellison Middle School. Lynette Brooks, Amelon. Jessica Dowdy, Amherst Elementary. Mandy Mays, Central. All right.
Thank you.
Michelle Jordan, Elon Elementary. Jennifer Spence, Madison Heights Elementary. Karen Fitzgerald, Temperance Elementary. And then from Transportation, Jessica Ayers, and from our office, Monet Davis. Oh, it's just as me, us and you up there for the pictures somewhere.
You get something special.
1, 2. Ms. Thompson, can you go just a smidge that way? Thank you, ma'am. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
For January, John Collins, Amherst County High School. Catherine Bowen, Amherst Education Center. Sarah Coleman, Amherst Middle School. Elizabeth Short, Manellison Middle School. Anna Tui, Amelon. Alicia Campbell, Amherst Elementary. John Campbell, Central Elementary. Joy Kirko, Elon Elementary. Melody Herman, Madison Heights Elementary. Naomi Giles, Temperance Elementary. Transportation, Dwayne Martin is one of our bus drivers. And administration, Lori Terry, does our attendance and homebound specialist.
That's it.
One, two, three.
All right, thank you. Public comment. Parents, staff, people stay for the meeting.
Hurt anybody going out the door, though?
Everybody leave at once. Well, at least have two people.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Have 3. All right, so we got,
Budget presentation next.
okay, make sure I got this thing straight.
I don't think she updated it.
Yeah. Okay.
Now we're,
So, next we moved budget to 3.01.
yes, sir.
So, budget presentation, please.
So, Mr. Chair, excuse me, members of the board, what we did tonight for this portion of the budget, since we had the formal budget presentation at the special meeting 2 weeks ago and our work session last week, we tried to summarize the discussions of the work session in this presentation that you have at your place. So you can look, we looked at the personnel changes, things that are highlighted, or the things we changed. So under 2 is freeze and stipends as percentage of pay to be frozen at the level they are this year. We went down under number 25. We struck the CSR instructional assistant for class size reduction, but we added a full-time teacher to Madison Heights Elementary. Under Best Labs, line 30, we added a Best Lab for Elon Elementary, but we cut the Best Labs at Amherst Elementary, Amherst Middle School, and Amherst County High School. On line 32, we left the teacher at Amherst AES, we cut that so the teacher stays. And 33, the teacher stayed that was projected to go through attrition at Amelon was kept in the budget. Line 36 was not part of our discussions, but Ms. Laconich can speak to line 36.
Good evening, Board. Line 36, when we actually received, after the budget retreat, the planning tool, the calc tool from the General Assembly's proposed budget, and it did provide an additional $76,000, I think it was $317. What this proposal is to take an additional position out of the All-in Virginia. That way, instead of having 4 that need to go into the operating next year, you would only need 3. And that also frees up the All-in Virginia funds so that we can expand the summer school program. Initially, it was with the available funding, they were having some issues getting everyone in there. So this would free it up so that they could have their robust program.
So the Y program was cutting funding, but this allows us, if we do this, it would allow us using All in Virginia funds to do K through 5. And then middle school as opposed to 3 through middle school. So it allowed us to do summer school for kindergarten, first and second by using those All in Virginia funds.
Mr. Terry,
Yes, ma'am.
can I ask a question?
Ma'am.
Dr. Wells,
Ma'am.
in the past, what has our participation or interest been in the K through 3, I think, right? For summer
Dr.
school?
Norman can speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Last year, we had right at 37 students in our K through 2, and we had 129 in our 3 through 5. In middle school, we had 78, 79, and then high school, of course, is all credit bearing.
So high school's going to vary depending on who needs it for recovery or who wants to get ahead.
Thank you very much.
So those were the addendums we made to the budget from last week's meeting. Again, the only thing that wasn't discussed from last week's school meeting was the extra $76,000, and we did that to move that position. But again, that's the purview of the board. But that does free up money for summer school through All in Virginia that we felt that our kindergarten, first and second graders would benefit from that so we could fund that program.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you share with us what the All-in Virginia funds are being utilized for? I think it was about $1 million, a little bit over that. And will it carry over into, I'm assuming it carries over into next year. What are we utilizing that for besides just summer school?
Okay, so there are 3 pots of the All-in Virginia. One is deals with the learning. Second is your Literacy Act, and your third is chronic absenteeism. So for the chronic absenteeism, we are using, this current year, we have the homebound coordinator as well as the attendance officer. And the literacy, we had the 0.5 of the reading specialist, and then for the learning acceleration, we had 2 literacy teachers
an instructional math specialist that also funds, can be used for summer school. Also for the literacy, that also helped with the textbook adoption.
I noticed on the textbook, it was like $375.
Yes, ma'am.
That was being allocated, but we're spending much more than that. So you're using all in Virginia funds for that?
It did pay for some of it, but also we were using current year's textbook fund with the state and local match. So we weren't needing to pull the whole amount out of the reserve.
Okay, can you share with me about the learning loss funds? Is
What,
that
the
something?
learning acceleration?
No, aren't we having some learning loss funds that are being allocated?
Is that what the same grant?
You mean our school improvement grants?
No, it was under the allocations for tonight's meeting.
Which one? That's the learning acceleration.
Learning
Yes.
acceleration? And what are we utilizing those funds for?
Our intent is to use it for summer school this year as well as next year. And we are currently funding positions this year as well as next year.
What positions are we funding this year?
So currently, right now, we have we're trying to protect that learning loss or pick up that learning loss. So we took 2 of our teachers at the high school who were working with our struggling 9th graders that were in 8th grade last year. And those 2 literacy positions are being paid for to remediate, to actually work with our collab classes in regards to our English and reading and writing. So it is 2 positions that are based at the high school that help with pulling those kids up from where they were at middle school.
Mr. Terry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so did I understand correctly? It's about $1 million for the All in Virginia funds? Okay. And that's funding basically 5 teachers, 2 teacher specialists at the high school to help remediate the high schoolers who were in 8th grade last year, 2 lit teachers and 1 math teacher, plus $375,000 for the curriculum no?
No, ma'am. So it's paying for 2 of our literacy teachers at the high school, working with those struggling 9th grade students. It is paying for 1 elementary math specialist that is based out of Central Elementary, helping our federally ID'd schools in the area of math. And then it is paying for 0.5 for the required reading specialist that we have to have at Amherst Middle School. And then, of course, your $375,000 for this year's summer school of 2025, and then $200,000 set aside for 2026.
So the All in Virginia funds aren't helping with offset textbook costs?
It did, we have the second, I'd say pot of money was the All in Virginia Literacy Act, and there was an allocation, I think it was like $260,000 that went to that textbook adoption.
Last year.
Last
We
year.
paid for it. We received it in July, and it's coming out of this year's budget.
And so approximately, how many students are we serving through the teachers? Is that like 40 students, 20 students?
No, probably about 115, 120
Okay, thank you.
for our 2 literacy teachers. And then our reading specialists at the middle school, probably about 45.
Awesome, thank you.
I can get those numbers and make sure that they're correct for you, but I'm ballparking that right now.
So that's about 10% of our middle schoolers, would you say? About? Okay, thank you. And about 10% of our high schoolers,
Right,
thereabouts.
and the other reading specialists at Manellas and middle school, that's already in your operational budget. But both of those are required under Virginia Literacy Act.
Okay, thank you. So it's 3 teachers, not 2. Not 5, sorry, I said 5.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, board, anything else? Okay. Thank you. So moving on to 3.02.
I
we
believe
need-
y'all wanted to do public comment first, and then come back on to approve or not approve the budget? Is that?
Yeah, 3.02 is public comments.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah. So do we need a motion to go into public hearing?
You need to do a motion.
Okay, so,
Motion to move to public hearing for the budget.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so anyone who would like to approach the board for a public hearing to discuss budget items only, please step forward. Yes, sir? State your name.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm Jeff Porter, 478 Woody's Lake Road, Madison Heights. I'm in District 5. And I have just a couple of comments to make. One are a couple of questions for you as a board. What are you most pleased about in the budget that you feel will best help the students of our school district? And the same question in terms of that you feel will best help the teachers of our school district. I think oftentimes we think about, gee, I wish we could have. Boy, we really wanted to. But I think you also have to acknowledge what you've done well and what is going to help. So I hope you will do that, and I hope you will make that public. Secondly, was there something in your putting together of this budget that you were pleasantly surprised actually happened, that you didn't expect? And if so, what was that? Okay, fair enough. The other comments that I would like to make are, I am really gratified and appreciate your efforts to get public input. To be able to first have any changes that were talked about to the budget happen before public comment on the budget. Really helpful. Secondly, that you had that special meeting just on the budget. So we as public could look in on that if we weren't able to be here. Very helpful. So thank you for doing that. And I'd also like to specifically highlight Kim Lukanich. She makes herself available to help the public understand the budget. I'm not a person of figures or of numbers, but she does a very good job at doing what she does. And I would hope that people who are looking in on this meeting will see her as an asset to be able to better understand what this budget is about. There's a lot of work involved, and for us as public to be educated about it is important. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak to the budget? Okay. I'm seeing none, so
Need a motion to close.
motion to close.
Chair, I move that we close public comment for budget.
Okay,
Second.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All righty, let's see. Dr. Wells, where does that put us? Number 4. A special presentation?
Are we going to come back to approval of the budget later, or are you going to do that now?
We do that at 6.
That's at 6, but, okay. So now we have a special presentation from Leadership Lynchburg, and Katie Mayo, I'll ask you to come forward and you can present. And just a little bit of information on this, her group kind of asked if they could, I don't want to steal our thunder too much, but her group kind of asked if they could survey our staff to get some input from our staff and then share the information with us. So this is basically the results of that finding. So, Katie?
So I'm Katie Mayo. I live at 265 Christian Springs Road here in Amherst. I am a proud graduate of Amherst County High School, and I currently have a second grader at Amherst Elementary, but that's not the capacity that I am in today. My group and I, and we will present ourselves to you here in a second, we are in Leadership Lynchburg with the Lynchburg Regional Business Alliance, and we were all placed by our ranking on the education group, and that is what we are here for tonight. But I will ask that you all come up and introduce yourselves, and then we'll get started. Go for it.
I am Kimberly Cook. As Katie has said, I am part of Lynchburg's Leadership 47.
Come up to the mic, please.
Yes, I am an auditor with Brown Edwards and Company. I do not do Amherst audit. Just want to be clear about that. I do not work on that audit. And I've enjoyed my time with Lynchburg's leadership and just working with a great group of people, and I've learned so much.
Hello, my name is Graham Brooks. I'm actually a former elementary school teacher in this county. But as of a few years ago, I am now in project management at Southern Air and also a proud participant in the Leadership Lynchburg program.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Eden Eldridge. Actually, only 5 years into being a Virginia resident. And I am the Director of Property Management for Rush Homes. I don't know if any of you have heard of that. I've had a great time with the Leadership Lynchburg. We have a great team. They're stuck with me forever now. And I am very interested in what we're doing with your community and with your schools.
Thank you.
I guess I should say in my formal capacity here, I am representing Framatome. But we wanted to say thank you because you'll see later, well, we would like to say thank you to all the teachers and administrators that took our survey, and we'll get to the results of that, and that's what we wanted to share with you all. Here is our whole group. Not everyone is here tonight. But a little background on how we got here. So I said we ranked community initiatives on our first day with Leadership Lynchburg. Everyone here and the rest of our group put education as their top choice, and then we were all placed on the group. We all had different reasons for choosing education. As I said, I have a second grader at Amherst Elementary. We have others that have children in the school system, Graham being former teacher. We all just had a great interest. So our project was very high level. We didn't get a whole lot of what to go on there. So we all sat down and started brainstorming, and it became very apparent to all of us that we don't know what's going on in the classroom. And so we came up with a very simple idea to send out a survey. I had been exchanging emails with Dr. Wells about a couple of things, and so my email made its way to him, and he graciously allowed it to go out to all of the schools in Amherst County Public Schools. And overnight, 118 survey results in about 24 hours. Lots of great comments, great feedback, and we are going to present that to you all. We sent out a second survey to get follow-up information last month. We have scrubbed that data so that there are no identifying comments in there. And then we will be sending that information over to Dr. Wells and his team as well. But our project started out being, how can we be a resource? And then from this survey, we realized that giving the teachers a voice to you all and to the administration is probably our best way to make a change and give them a way that they can give a sounding board to these things. So I will turn it over to our team. Do you want me to play?
Sure. So like Katie was saying, in October, we sent out our first survey, and we kept it brief at the time because we thought we were just gathering information. This ended up kind of becoming the focus of the project, but those 3 questions were, what do you consider your biggest challenge as an educator? If you could change one thing in your current school or school system, what would that be? And then, not pictured on this slide, but it will be coming up, as a educator, what resources are available to you that you would know of, if any? And so we wanted to share the results of those for you now. And so for the first question, if you could change one thing in your current school or school system, what would it be? Briefly, the top 5, as pictured in the graphic, more time, compensation, more staff, more support, and more resources.
On the next slide, you'll see the results of what do you consider your biggest obstacle in being an educator. The top 5 being more time, behavior and discipline, parental support, lack of support, and money and funding. And then, as a teacher and educator, are you aware of any free and paid resources available to you? And as you can see, it's almost split down the middle, where about 52% said yes, and then another 48% said no.
So then when we went back to it in February, the results changed a little bit. So in February, which clearly just happened, what do you consider to be your biggest obstacle? Time. A lot of them said they don't have enough time to do their jobs effectively in the amount that they're given. Behavior and discipline, that's not the teachers. They do need some help with behavior and discipline with their classrooms. 17% said lack of support, and then parental support came in lower than that. If you could change one thing in your current school or school system, what would it be? More staff. And that goes to the time, right? So if they had more staff, or at least had some part-time staff, they would have the ability to do more. Pay and salary, more time, and more support from administration. And oddly enough, to me, those are all combined. Those all kind of go together. And then, which resources do you consider a top priority for you as an educator? Support from administration, benefits through school system, parental support, grants and funding, mental health support. So again, they all kind of go together. And that is it. I'm going to hand it back over to Katie.
So thank you all for allowing us to come. The first survey had 123 total responses, and then the last one had about 57. And like I said, we'll be giving all of the data over to Dr. Wells and his staff. And we have also agreed, our group, to continue to stay in touch with Dr. Wells and his staff, and if we could host focus groups or send out other surveys, because I'm in the HR world and realize that anonymous surveys can be really great tools and allow folks to say things that they might not always say or feel like they are heard. So we would be happy to continue that on. Thank you. Any questions for us?
Board, any questions? Yes.
Mr. Terry, thank you so much for taking your time and skills to support Amherst and get in there and help teachers which helps students. So, did you control in respondents between teachers and staff, or was it all teachers?
It was anonymous, so we don't really, it was sent out to everyone, so we did not control that, nor did we ask any questions to try to figure out what group they were in.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So why Amherst? Why not Lynchburg?
Well, I think I started it out. We used our internal network, and I have a lot of friends that are teachers in the county, so I was like, hey, if we get 20, we'll be doing really good. And then, like I said, I have been actively involved in my child's second grade education this year, and so I had been sending some emails to Dr. Cassisi, and so I thought, let me just give it a whirl and see if my internal network can work on this. And we were, I think I can speak for everyone on our team, we were astonished by the results. Some of the comments you could tell, very passionate about what they do. And so it really pushed us to try to get this information in your hands and in Dr. Wells' hands, because as outsiders, we realize that there's not a lot that we can do to support, but we wanted to try to do that any way we could.
So what would you like the outcome for us to do?
I think so our original project was going to be a website with resources. We just had an education session in Leadership Lynchburg last week, and it was told to us that there are over 10,000 links on the Virginia Department of Education's website, so we're really thankful we didn't add more links for people to try to find things. So we were saved from ourselves on that one. What we really want to do is feel like we are giving teachers a voice and maybe giving them a chance to say things that they are unable to say or feel that they cannot say. And so I really hope that you all will look over this and it can help influence decisions in the future. And we are also doing a teacher supply drive. Totally forgot to mention that. We realize that a lot of student supply drives are done. So on the last survey, we asked teachers what they needed. Lots of Expo markers needed in the county. And Expo brand specifically, because the others don't work as well, we were told. So we will be asking our Leadership Lynchburg group as a whole to help support that, and we will be delivering that in about a month.
Thank you.
Or anything else?
Mr. Terry?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Have you done focus groups with any other districts or helped to facilitate that?
I have done them in my own capacity as HR in my world. So we're used to that. We have also done them in our group.
Or anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Katie.
Okay.
Thank you all.
All righty. 5.01.
Public comment.
Public comment. Okay. So we have two people who have signed up tonight. Lauren Ballant, can you step forward, please?
Good evening. I'm Lauren Ballant, and I live in Forest, Virginia. My name is Lauren Ballant, and I am an art educator at Elon Elementary and Temperance Elementary, and I'm also our fine arts lead teacher. I first want to wish you a happy Youth Art Month, and a Music in Our Schools Month, and a Theater in Our Schools Month. I know that many of our Amherst art educators share my belief that the arts provide a limitless benefit to all of our students. Research gathered by the Art Education Partnership shows that participating in the arts cultivates skills for learning, boosts students' academic achievements, enhances the educational experience of traditionally underserved students, and also boosts attendance. The arts strengthen critical thinking skills, encourage students' engagement with schools in general, and fosters creativity. I skipped. Students from low-income backgrounds who have a high level of engagements with the arts are more likely to complete high school, have a higher GPA, and attend college at higher rates than their peers with low arts engagement. Also, their civic engagement increases with participation in the arts. I urge our county to continue funding, supporting, and providing arts opportunities for our students of all ages. At this time, I usually provide brochures, but Ruth Matheny has previously emailed out to you our Youth Art Month exposition invitation and a calendar of events for the musical performances going on this month. Across the street, we have a few hundred artworks right now displayed at Second Stage. We will be hosting the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts Artmobile in the parking lot on March 27th and 28th at Second Stage, and we're hoping to have a few field trips going on those days. And then the invitation was for the arts reception that is happening on March 28th. So I encourage you to visit and see the wonderful artwork that our students have produced and to go to one of the musical performances and enjoy. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, we have Jeff Porter.
I'm Jeff Porter, 478 Woody's Lake Road, Madison Heights, District 5. First of all, I appreciate you adding the comment period at the end of the meeting. That gives us as public an opportunity to give you some feedback. So thank you for doing that. Feedback is important for you, but it's also important for us. When we make comments and we don't hear any kind of response, whether it's a clarification or a question or we think I heard you say this just to make sure, we're not sure whether we're heard or not. And I think communication is a two-way street, and you could help us. And I think that it would reinforce to people who would like to make comments that they're actually heard. So if you could help us out with that, that would be, I think, a good step forward. I've been attending these meetings now for about 3 years, and I know I've missed a few of the meetings, but one of the aspects of this meeting that I would really like to encourage is that every so often we hear from the PTAs in terms of what they're doing and hold them up as examples of ways that parents and public can be involved in the school district. I think that the more avenues you provide, the better possibility and probability that you will have more public input. I know it's a struggle when you don't have many people who sign up or who give public comments, but I think if you reinforce the comments and you help people who give comments to know that they've been heard, I think that creates a better environment. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That is all for the ones who have signed up. Is there anyone else from the audience who'd like to speak? Okay. All right. And seeing none, we will move on. 6.01, Dr. Wells.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I bring forward to you tonight policy JHCF for approval. You received an email on February 19th with the amendments as preferred at our February meeting. And in that, on page 2, the addition was under food sold outside during the time, but anyway, we added that line during the school day excluding concessions. And that was at the request of the board, so that has been added to the updated policy. And I would ask that we move this for approval.
Okay.
Make a motion that we approve policy JHCF.
I second it.
All right. Board, any discussion on that? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Okay, Dr. Wells?
Thank you. And we just received our March packet, and you'll be getting a whole new list of policies in April.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. 6.02 is discuss, consider approval of the 25-26 school operational budget. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Board, any questions, comments?
Mr. Terry, I do have a question about the policy part we were just at. How do we approved it, totally, nothing about that, but one of our jobs is to make certain we review all of our policies at least every 5 years. How do we keep track of that?
VSBA does that as part of their policy reviews. So as part of the VSBA, every 5 years, every policy is gone through. So they come to you as either not needing, it comes to us, we get it to you as a board to review this.
And so do we note on the policy reviewed on such and such a date?
Yes, at the bottom of each policy, it states when it was updated.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Board, anything on the budget?
Mr. Terry?
Yes, sir.
All right, there we go. Sorry about that. I want to just go over line 21 one more time. I know we had discussion on it, and I'm just trying to justify the return on investment, so.
Communication grants and websites?
Yeah, grants, websites, and you're talking about adding a position here?
Well, that position's one we added last year.
Right.
It was not in the operating budget. And then of that, I can't go, we're in open session, so I don't want to get too deep into this, but I'm just trying to figure out what I can say in open session regarding that position. So I could be glad to talk offline or in closed session, but I'm not sure what I can say in open session. It was initially grant funded. I know that position has written grants, overseas grants, well over $1 million that come back into the school system.
Right. And I know that was for grant writing. I thought we had a part-time position for that. That person left, okay. All right. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Board, any other comments, questions? Okay.
I do, but I
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
want to monopolize, so I'm trying to not leap in right away. So one of the things that we had talked about, that we had mentioned was about the lawyer fees and whether or not the board wanted to look into some alternatives. We spent, in the 23-24 year, we averaged $503 an hour as far as billable hours. If we had been going, so we spent $44,562.50. Had we been going hourly, even at $350, which is above our billable rate right now, I believe, correct? I think our billable is like $275 unless it went up.
$285.
$285, okay. So that would have been a cost of $30,450, which would have been a savings of $14,000. In this year, when you divide the 148 hours that we did, we paid $63,864.60 for. That would be $429 an hour. If we had just done it straight at $350 an hour, we would have had a savings of about $11,000. That's a part-time teacher's assistant. So I don't know, Board, if that's something that we want to look at as far as fiscal responsibility. And then the other item that had been brought up in the work session was VSBA, which we spent about $16,000 for. And if you break that down between 7 board members, that's about $2,000, that's more than $2,000 a board member. I know that when I looked at our policy manual, we had at least 10 policies that had not been revised in over 5 years. So that's why I was clarifying as far as what our process is for that. I know that we've talked about SBMA as well as other organizations. I know that a couple districts, they paid $2,900 for the policy side. And then individual board members can choose to be members or not. VSBA, you have to be a membership to take advantage of the legislative piece. So I'm just bringing that up again, since it's budget time, that would be a savings of at least $12,000, even if we still spent $3,500 on conferences. So, Board, is that something we want to discuss? Yes, sir.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Why didn't you bring that up last week?
I did bring it up.
I didn't hear that. I was going to
Okay.
say, that would have been the right time, because
I did bring it up.
we didn't discuss it then.
It was brought up.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I do know that we did discuss it. I mean, Mrs. Justice did bring it up at our work session. I will say that I just think I agree that it's good due diligence to look and see if we can find attorney fees that are less than what we're currently paying. I know that there's a lot of school divisions north of us that are using one that, according to Mrs. Justice, and it could be some significant cost savings, but I don't know that firsthand. That would be something that I think, the school administration can look into. I don't think that hurts. It could even be some negotiation room and wiggle room with the current one that we have. So those are things that I think will make some small differences, and I do think that we need to be looking at ways to tighten what we're doing. Our enrollment's down, so we've got to find ways to hone it in. I know pre-COVID, we were operating with a lot less staff than we have now. And so I know that the staff that we have added are doing good things, instructional things, and they're not things that we want to let go of. But we have to also be able to justify that with academic improvements. So I'm not quite sure where we start to analyze the results of adding those new positions. But I do have concerns. I do know at our work session, I mentioned and I asked, are there things and programs or things that we can cut, not just from what's been presented in the budget, but things that we just do every day that maybe aren't actually needed. But I don't see any of those changes on here. I only see an additional one.
Okay.
I know that also, I don't know how to handle, I know I discussed with you, Mr. Chair, and with the superintendent, that if we can get the Medicaid reimbursements coming in, then that would help Best Labs become self-sufficient. And it's my understanding, based on just some simple conversation, that if those Best Labs become self-sustaining, then that would be the current Best Labs, as well as the new ones that we have not been able to put here on our budget. So how do we handle that with having to present the budget next week to the Board of Supervisors? Because that's going to be a pretty significant amount that we can discuss.
Dr. Wells, anything on that?
I'll let Mr. Neighbor speak to the Best Lab and
Yeah, so you are correct, Ms. Thompson. That would apply to the current best lab positions as well as what we're talking about with expansion. All of those positions would apply to that. And based on what we understand about Medicaid reimbursement, Dr. Smith is well versed in that. It would be self-sustaining and potentially even then some to look at even further expansion down the road. We do have our first claims in regards to the ABA services that we've provided in schools thus far this year, so some contracted services that lives in the same area of Medicaid reimbursement. That's our first test balloon, so to speak, that's in right now. It's pending. Previously, that had been immediately denied. It's been pending for about a week at this point. So as soon as we see that return and know that we're getting those approved, that would then be the jumping off point to know that we've got something to work with in regards to Medicaid reimbursement.
So it's sort of a moving target at this point. So Dr. Wells, how do you suggest we handle that?
So my thought on this would be that, once we know what it's going to be, since the county's going through their process, that we could always, if they say they're not going to fund at a certain level, if you do a $1.2 million ask, if this budget passes, approve this budget, as we go through negotiations trying to figure out if they can't fully fund that, then I think that's something, once we know the funds are coming in, then we can always say, okay, we can allocate for that and pull back. And that's something as we go through the process between now and May, when the county has to finalize our budget, that we could have in those conversations, that once we know what it is. I wouldn't want to go in right now and saying, I know we're going to get 50,000 or 100,000 additional without seeing it first. But once we know it's coming, then I think we could easily do the math on that to figure out what that would look like, and we could put that into our formula as we go through if we need to make cuts to the budget. But right now, I don't have that number. Mr. Connage, do you?
I just concur. It's a little too early until you actually see that to project it to be into your budget. You want to see it go through the process and start seeing that revenue coming in on a stable, regular basis.
But it is something I think we can keep working with throughout the county's budget process. And if we can find savings there, then we go to them and say, look, we can cut back X number of dollars for this because we're able to get this through this funding source and work it through there. And again, I've had decent conversations with Mr. Bryan. I think, we can have those conversations as we move through the budget process if needed.
That's something, if we find that money is able to help sustain, that
Yes.
we can have that conversation and pull that money or that request
Yes, ma'am.
back. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Board, anything? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman. So I have a question on, it's more of a general question, but I'll reference items 54, 55, and 56 as what I would call one-time purchase items. Typically, you don't see those in a continuing budget. They would be in a CIP budget. So my question is do we have any of these one-time purchases that were in previous budgets? And if so, where is that money being reallocated towards in the future?
The previous boards had asked us to put this into the operating budget to ensure it was there every time. So we do, for example, grounds equipment, we have a heavy year and a light year. We budget for that. So this year was a heavy year for the mower. Next year will be a lighter year. Maintenance truck and plow, that's that year. And then there's a year we don't put that in the budget. Mr. Connage probably has the book in front of her so she can speak to that.
Like you would do with technology, right? Where you're gonna put your money from year to year, you plan it, map it out for 6 years.
So you're saying, so like this year, we're adding 24,000 on top of what we would have for lawnmower replacement?
No, we only buy more once every other year. Mr. Rhodes, do you want to speak?
I understand that process, but my question is, but once you put that dollar amount in the budget, it's in the budget for next year as well.
Well,
You understand?
when we alternate, we will actually the next year reduce it.
You'll decrease it by 24,000.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
And we are trying to build theirs up because the cost of everything has gone up.
Oh, believe me, I know.
And they're buying what they need to buy.
I'm not questioning what they're buying.
And I know
Yeah.
that, but
Yeah.
from a budget standpoint, it's a challenge because it is tipping. He's getting close to his budget. So it is something that's areas we need to look at. If you go, and I know you probably don't have it with you, but in the budget retreat, presentation, there is a section that is the maintenance budget, and that's in your operating. And that was where we were taking the painting out. And so usually, year by year, we look and see all those different pages, what the net needs to be. Do we need to increase it or to decrease it? So that's one of the things that we, at least for 1 year only, are requesting to move the painting out, and these are just the other adjustments. That'll bring you back to the totals that are in that presentation.
So like next year, the 60,000 for the maintenance truck and plow, we'll see a deduct of 60,000.
Let me see what we have next year. And it might be that that goes to a truck for the mechanics, but it's just part of that maintenance plan that we have, and it goes out to 28, 29.
But how would we as a board know that that 60,000 next year is gonna go to another vehicle, right? Because in here, it's a one-time purchase kind of thing, and next year, it's loose money. Is that, am I saying that correctly?
In the I'm sorry, I can't talk well tonight, but in the projections, it should show out the next 4 or 5
It does.
years. And it'll say 1 year it's gonna be at 60,000, 1 year it's gonna be at 10,000. I'm arbitrarily making those numbers. I don't have it in front of me, but.
Yeah, and I wish I had paid.
Right, so in that example, Dr. Wells, this year we're adding 60, next year you're gonna, if you need a 10, you would subtract 50 from the
You
budget?
would deduct, right.
So you would have the 10 you would need for that budget item.
Yes, sir.
Right, so it was 60,000 is being added to the maintenance for next year. The following year, you'll see it go up to support vehicles for vans, trucks, and SUVs. So it is part of the plan. You may see it shift into a different function, just to keep it in the area where we're purchasing those vehicles.
But for vehicles is one, but for mowers, it does up and down. We have the alternating years for mowers.
Yes, correct.
So I'm sorry. I didn't.
And I apologize if the other board members already understood this, but
It does get confusing, yes.
normally those type of things would be in CIP because they're one time and you don't have it in a revolving budget.
Okay.
The other question I had is on 64. What technology software are we getting rid of?
Well, we did have a large reduction in the one software that was for surveys, but this is, and it's offset with some, we had some softwares that the cost went up. This is the net of everything. Was it Performance Matters? That was eliminated, and that was.
But then we picked up another Mastery Connect, right?
Correct.
And we're still saving, because,
Yes.
I mean, this is my wheelhouse,
I know.
right? And normally we don't see cost savings in software.
Right.
Okay,
That was removed.
I got you, okay.
And we had like $11,000 difference between Performance Matters and Mastery Connect. It's something like that.
Because I honestly, I would love to see our teachers be able to use a program we use called Go Guardian. And it would really benefit our teachers to have access to that and classroom management, but that's a different conversation. Yes.
Okay.
That's all I have, thank you.
Okay. Board, anything else?
Mr. Terry?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion that we discontinue our membership with VSBA and that the board consider directing the superintendent to look at alternative policy services.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor.
Second?
Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would be open to having the conversation about, changing or dismissing the policy services from VSBA, but I hesitate to do that until we have done the research and asked the administration to look for the alternative. I'm not comfortable with just saying I'm going to vote to leave it, but yet we don't have something in hand. I think it's something that that research should be done and presented to us as a board. Just the ordering of it.
Okay. Okay.
I agree with Ms. Thompson.
Okay. Board, anything else?
No, I'm just on the same agreement. I'm not sure this whole VSBA story keeps just dropping in the hat and never discussed, and now here we are at budget, and we say, let's get rid of it. So thank you, Ms. Thompson and others for just saying that there should be a conversation. And I don't remember there being a conversation of pros, cons, ifs, ands, and buts, unless I missed it. Or maybe it was one of the Friday conversations or something, but to dismantle, and I didn't say I would agree or disagree or vote against or for, but I think to dismantle something of that nature, it would call for some conversation,
I think I have.
especially since I represent it.
I've brought it up multiple times over the last 4 years, and right now we're looking at a very tight budgetary season. We just had a presentation that said our teachers want more time in the classroom, they want more support, and that 16,000 could at least get half of an instructional assistant into a classroom, which is something that our teachers are asking for. In our board, I don't know that many of us actually take advantage of the VSBA, and we're paying a lot just to have that. And as I said earlier, there were 10 policies that I found hadn't been reviewed since 2019 or older. Some were 2013. That means we're not in compliance as a board, which means VSBA is falling through the cracks on that. So, and we've discussed it a lot, and I haven't brought it up for a vote, and well, I did. I did once before, and it failed. And that's okay. It's the board's choice.
Can I add on the policy? They were all reviewed, but they're not all brought forward because there's no need to change or update, because they're in compliance with code. So the batch you just are receiving, they're reviewed, but they were no changes because there was no need to change. So the enacted date would go back to the date that it was enacted initially.
So somewhere we should probably have a note that says it was reviewed, because that, on the perception is that we're not doing our job that way. So.
Okay.
Ms. Terry?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we've had, I know my time here on the board, there have been conversations about it, but that's where it ends. It usually ends with, well, okay, great, and that's the last we hear of it. No research is done, nobody reaches out to any other things, and it's, there's been more than one board member that's brought up the VSBA, and I think that the more I look personally into the VSBA, I find it more of a lobbyist group, and if you really dig down deep into it, they're the ones controlling the legislation. That's why they're up on the policies. And to look at alternatives that are less expensive and not necessarily the monopoly of Virginia schools, I think it would serves us right to explore other options. There are other schools that are using other programs other than VSBA. And I know they've been on our side for a long, long time. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying that we need to do our due diligence and look at other options. And I say the same for our legal representation. Now there may be enough leverage to renegotiate terms and contracts. I'm not saying we have to dismiss our lawyers. I'm just saying that maybe it's time to renegotiate. Look at other options out there. The world changes every day, and this might be part of our change. And if we review it and we don't like it, then we stay where we're at. I do agree with Ms. Thompson that, yes, we need to have somebody else in place before we just drop. That's not a good move. But I understand Ms. Justice's frustration, as it's been brought up in front of the board many times, and it ends with this conversation, and we need to move forward. And it's frustrating. It really is. And I think it needs to move past the board having conversation and seeing some action. It was brought up in budget, to look at other things, to maybe reduce the budget. Did that happen? No. The easy ones were done. The ones that may require a little more work. I understand we're in a time crunch. I get that. We have to have something to put in front of the county. I get that part. And I'm okay with putting this in front of the county right now. I have no problem with that. But what happens when the county says, we can't do this budget? Decisions are going to have to be made. And I think Ms. Justice brought up some points that are very valid, and cost savings, and it will affect students. And if we can give them more teachers and more time, I think we need to look into it at least. That's what we're here for.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any other discussion?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
So I think if I'm correct, the current motion is to move out of VSBA right now, right?
Well, it doesn't,
That's what the
That's
motion
the
is.
motion.
as far as the budget, true. So we can't get out of it right now because the contract is good through June. But if we were to make a decision as a board that that is the way we want to go, it would be removed from the budget for next year, and that would give what are we in? We're in March. That would give 2 to 3 months to look at other options before we actually don't have their membership, because it's a year-long membership. You can't just withdraw.
But the motion on the floor, though, was to remove from the VSBA, so I think you have to vote on that first.
Correct. Yeah,
And
that's
then if you
what I
want
was-
to direct me and my staff to look at all the alternatives, then that'll be a decision of the board as well. But the motion on the floor was to pull from the VSBA.
So I'll just state, I have no ties to the VSBA. I understand, how they tend to push legislation, certain agendas. I'm open to looking at others for sure. I don't know that we want to jump ship before we really investigate it. For me, I would rather make a motion that we direct the administration to start looking at alternatives and then make a decision if there's someone we want to move to, and then do away with our relationship with VSBA. I think that's probably the wiser move, and something we haven't done is said, administration, look into this and bring it back at a future board meeting. So I think that's where I would be.
Okay, thank you. Board, anyone else? Okay. All right, well, seeing no other discussion, the motion on the floor is, Brittany, can you state it again?
To discontinue membership in the VSBA.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion. So all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we will continue for now.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to ask the administration to look into alternatives to the VSBA and bring us some suggestions to the June meeting.
You might want to do it a little sooner because the contract. I don't know.
We need a second.
Yeah.
Okay, bring it to the March
May-
meeting
May meeting?
or April.
Can have
May.
it, would
I don't
May-
know, pick a minute.
would May work?
May's good.
May,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Thank you. So the motion.
Okay, say the motion again.
To direct the administration to look at alternatives to the VSBA and bring those suggestions and recommendations to the May school board meeting.
Okay,
Second.
okay. Any discussion?
I appreciate the board hearing this and considering giving some direction there.
Okay. So, any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
I'm just going to abstain.
Okay.
Here.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion that we ask the administration to research our options for cost-saving benefits for our attorneys,
Okay.
such as we're doing with the VSBA, and maybe bring that back to us. I don't know when the contract for them would expire, but
I would have to look, I don't know either, but we can find out. Better
But
get it
prior to-
Prior to.
yeah, the
Yes, ma'am.
renewal of the contract.
Second?
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the attorney motion? Okay, well, hearing none. All in favor of getting the administration to look into that?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Okay,
We still need a motion on the budget.
yeah, yeah.
Everything but that.
So, board, we've had discussion, and we've looked at the budget, the proposed budget. Do we have a motion for anything?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve the budget as presented by our superintendent.
Okay, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion on that motion? Okay, we're hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Dr. Wells?
Thank you.
There you go.
So I will present this to the Board of Supervisors. I met with Mr. Bryant, emailed Mr. Bryant some today regarding that presentation. Will be at 4 o'clock during the work session on Tuesday, the 18th, as opposed to 7 o'clock during the regular session. He asked that I present your budget to them at 4 p.m. and be able to have some discussion with the Board of Supervisors on our budget. So just give me notice of that.
Mr. Terry?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say thank you to our superintendent. You've worked really hard on this, and your team has worked very hard on it. The work session was very valuable. I really am encouraged that we added 2 new teachers to our budget. And I just want to say that was really encouraging. Not too many districts are able to say that right now, that they're adding teachers and positions to their budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Alrighty. Dr. Wells, moving on. Is it 7?
Consent
Where we are?
agenda.
7? Okay. Board, you have the consent agenda? Motion?
So moved, Mr. Terry.
Okay.
Second?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Wells?
All right, next we have information from our student reps. I know Mr. Carver is at a soccer game tonight, so he cannot be here. So Denasia is going to speak for both. Denasia.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I just want to say that at the high school, our winter sports have wrapped up, and we have started our spring sports, girls and boys tennis and soccer, outdoor track, baseball, softball, and we are doing spring pictures tomorrow. Our ACHS band attended a district assessment last Friday where they ranked superior. That's like similar to like an SOL for the band. And our show choir, our bells and amarecos will combine next Thursday for their district assessment. And our competition season has started as of the end of February. And for the past 2 competitions, the amarecos has placed first place in the AAA division, and the treble choir, Bells of Amherst, has placed second in the AAA division. Next week, we travel to Powhatan High School.
And that's a really good accomplishment, so congratulations.
Thank you. Last week was Read Across America Week, and students from the high school went and visited elementary and middle schools and read some of their favorite stories. Our ACHS theater visited Manelson Middle School during this week, and they acted out the characters from the stories and also performed their award-winning show, Romeo and Juliet. Last month, we celebrated Black History Month. We celebrated this month by recognizing historical figures and shouting out local Black-owned businesses on the morning announcements. We also had a successful Spirit Week to celebrate. This month is Women's History Month. Similar to the celebrations from last month, we have been recognizing historical female figures on the TV screens and the morning announcements. We also have another Spirit Week coming up in honor of Women's History Month. And our Day of Giving is also coming up in April, which allows us to learn the value of giving back to our community as well as making connections with the community. Last year, I visited Central Elementary School, where I got to help students with their math work, and I also played some games with them in the gym. And last but not least, next week, our juniors will be taking their writing SOL. Thank you.
Thank you, Denasia.
Great, thank you. Board, anything for our student rep?
It's so nice to hear what's going on, and especially after all the discussions up here. It's very encouraging. And congratulations to the performances, and good luck on those SOLs next week.
Yes, please.
And seniors, hang in there. We're getting close. Okay. Thank you. Dr. Wells.
So next we have 9 administrative items. First, we have construction update. Mr. Rokes will speak to that.
Good evening, Board. As you're well aware, construction continues at the high school. That's the most recent drone picture, actually just this week, early this week, from Jamerson Lewis. So that's the project as it sits pretty much today. Big difference than 14 months ago. This is a front addition. Most of the glass is in around the cafeteria. We're waiting a little bit of glass on the far end next to the existing cafeteria to come in. And then I believe it's next week, they're supposed to be installing the glass and the atrium part where he goes into the cafeteria and across the top part of the cafeteria, and then also on the back side, which is not pictured here. But the glass is already on the Main Street side of the interior, as you'll see here in just a few minutes. Again, another panoramic view, sort of going down to the gym. No, going to the gym. Going down to the auditorium and the main front entrance there in front of the school. It's sort of hard to see in these pictures. Also, one thing they did this week is install the lights on the exterior of the building over top of those doors. It's those little black specks, if you will, right up top of all the doors. They just installed them. I tried to go by there about 6 this morning to get a picture of it, and they didn't have the breaker on. So, but they look pretty neat. Now let's travel through the school here. We're going. The left picture is going through the main entrance back there into the cafeteria. Yes, it looks quite a mess right now. But we're looking into the existing part of the school. The picture on the right is actually standing in almost at the entrance of the school, the old entrance, looking back out through the main part of the cafeteria where the new entrance will be. So you're looking down the main aisle of the cafeteria. This is standing in the same location, looking out through the windows, going out to Lancer Lane there. So the big open cafeteria that we'll have. The picture on the right, you're looking up where the serving lines will be coming out of the new cafeteria part. The new serving lines, of course, will be start doing the kitchen this summer up there as well. We now sort of transition going up Main Street. On the left-hand side there, you can see that actually the glass has been installed above Main Street, above the new bathroom. The bathroom's there at the lower part of the picture. And going up Main Street, all the way to the end of the hall, you see painting has begun at the hallway as well, sort of a light gray to match the main part of the school, as well as a burgundy line. And then out here on the Main Street, you're going to have what I call a cloud ceiling. So about 4 foot off each side of the wall, you're going to be able to look up into the ceiling itself, and you'll have some breaks throughout the hallway there, and so it'll be somewhat of a suspended ceiling with ceiling tiles up there and lights during the hallway and everything. The same thing will be in the cafeteria. You'll see an example of this in the classroom in just a minute. The other thing you don't see in these pictures, in the first and second floor in the gym hallways back there, they've already got it braced up. We're going to probably wait either one weekend soon or over spring break. We're going to go through those 2 doors that you see that will tie the new addition into the hallway to the old gym. So we're ready to do that. We're just trying to find a quiet weekend or a moment that we can get in to do that as well. Things a lot of people don't see. You see the big picture, you see the glass, you see the outside of the building, you see all the beautiful stuff going inside. But over here on the left, that's 2 hot water tanks. There's one behind it you can't really see that will serve the new section, will also serve the cafeteria as well. But all of the copper lines, the returns and valves and things like that control, that's the things behind the scenes a lot of people don't see. Looks like a pretty fancy steel, doesn't it? So it's an expensive one on top of that. As we move to the right, we're coming. That's the, like I said, the custodial room and mechanical room for the water aspect of it. Right next to that, you'll see this opening in the hallway there. That's where a water fountain will be. You see the tile is up on that. It's been painted around that as well. Tile looks really good. This is the bathroom, the new bathroom concept. You can see the front part right there is where all the sinks will be. There'll be 16 sinks, 8 on the front, 8 on the back, and then on the back there, of course, it's been painted, but probably within the next week or so, the epoxy floor guy will be in there to do the epoxy floors on that, and then after that will come the fixtures and those type of things. The stalls go up after that. So moving on down, and actually hanging to right there across from that is the auditorium. On the left-hand side, all the lights are up. Sort of hard to see in the picture, but also all the black ceiling tiles in it. So just like the ceiling tile here, all that's been installed as well. And this picture on the right is looking from the stage out into the auditorium, and all the can lights on. The last time you may or may not have been in there, they had plastic covers of them, so all the lights are working now. And they're finishing up the electrical aspect of this as well. Actually, today, I was there about 8 o'clock before we came to staff meeting this morning. They started putting the LVT tile on the flat part of the auditorium where the bleacher seats would be going. They started that this morning at 8. And by this afternoon, they were all the way across the floor. Had a crew come in from Maryland to do that, and they put all that LVT because on Monday they will start installing the bleacher-style seats. You know, they're auditorium seats, but on a bleacher mechanism where they roll out and pull in and out. They will actually start installing those on Monday as well. This is from the auditorium. I'm sorry, from the auditorium looking back up onto the stage itself. Picture on the left is the dressing room for like when we're doing theater things, or whether it be band or choir, what may have you. They now have their own dressing room, own bathroom, instead of that being sort of combined into an existing bathroom off the hall. I don't know if you've ever been in there across from the stage. This is a significant improvement for what we have today. They, like I said, they only have bathrooms. They don't have to go out and mingle in with the public while they're doing different events up here in the auditorium. On the right-hand side, that's the existing gym lobby, or what used to be the gym lobby. That wall right there, you see, you ever been in the gym? That used to be four sets of double glass doors back there. It's down to 3 now. That wall we took out 1 set of double doors, but used to be behind that was about an 8 to 9 foot area, as well as the concession stand behind that before you get to coach's office. So that area right there will now be storage for gym classes and gym equipment and those items as well. Moving on into the educational aspect of the project, the classroom on the left is a theater class. You can see the black walls, the ceilings up, the lights up in the ceiling. They haven't put the panels in yet. They finished the LVT tile on that today. The room on your right is the band room. I'm standing at the back of the stage, looking through the double doors, looking through the glasses out to the back side of the school toward the baseball field. The room on the left is for band equipment storage and course equipment storage as well. And they've actually finished the floor in there. They were supposed to finish the floor tonight in the choir room, and they finished the floor in the theater room as well today. In addition to those wonderful things, we also continue with the field house. There were some issues with elevation changes on the sewer lines, so they pulled off that and started working on the road, going back to the field house, cutting some trees down, and getting an access road sort of laid in this week. The water line and fiber optic line has been laid from the field house back over to the weight room area, and so we have all that ditched in, closed in, and we'll be tying the water line into that probably tomorrow morning or Monday. Also in the field house, this is the big open area where they'll be playing, practicing soccer if they needed to, baseball, softball, those type of things. You can see the plyboard up on that back wall. That wall right there is a wall between the changing rooms or locker rooms and that end of the building that has a concession stand. So I'm standing at the end of the building closest to the softball field, looking back across the field house there. They will be painted, and that'll help protect the insulation in the building itself right there, but all that's installed too. The room on the right, you can see the drywall went up in there this week. So the locker rooms all that's been drywall. The concession stand has been drywall, which is the picture on your left here. I'm sitting in the back of the concession stand looking out toward the baseball field. So that's where you'll come get your hot dogs and potato chips and drinks and stuff, that big window on the left. And then the room on your right is one of the bathrooms on that side. The CMU, the cinder block walls are up, and they're in the process of actually painting this whole area in the last couple of days. What's coming up? I told you about the installation of seats for the next 2 to 3 weeks. They'll be installing the seats in the storage area in the back of the auditorium. Once they finish that, they'll go to the main seats in the sloped area of the auditorium. Finish the installation of the glass area. Actually, on the beginning of the middle end of next week, and the first part of the following week on the 24th, we've already started the process. You'll see a lot of the construction stuff leave the back parking lot of the high school. We're going to move Jamerson Lewis trailer back just toward the baseball field in the grassy area. Moore's trailer's coming out of there, and that whole parking lot's going to get cleaned up, and they'll start the construction for the drainage system and everything for the new parking lot as well. The sewer line at the field house, like I mentioned, that's going to start happening the next couple of weeks, and road to the field house, as well as, of course, the typical HVAC, electrical, trying to button up things as we move along. Any questions?
Board, any questions? Yes, sir.
Terry,
So I was there last week, taking a look around, and very, very impressive. I mean, the clubhouse is pretty incredible just to walk inside there. I mean, the pictures are great, but stepping into that building, it is massive. It's like college level stuff. It's pretty amazing. And the water line, was that resolved?
Yes, sir. We've got that resolved.
Very good.
Yeah, we're going to take care of that tomorrow, Monday.
I told you not to lose any sleep over it, didn't I?
I've lost many sleep over these things. But no, it really, Mr. Rossi, really the whole project, see this thing from the ground up. But you mentioned the field house, but even the pictures of the auditorium and those type of things, it's just, and even talking to contractors, the folks who are doing the stage rigging out of Pittsburgh Stage, they come in here when they were doing all this stuff and talk to them and look at this from a high school project. These guys do these things all over the eastern part of the United States, and they're just like, it's astounding, amazing what we have here in Amherst County now. And just talking to other, contractors up on a day-to-day basis, what we have is absolutely amazing. So we thank you. Of course, we thank the school board of supervisors for the support, because without that, this couldn't have happened.
Yeah, it's definitely an amazing project, and you guys are overseeing it quite well. I appreciate you and everything you're doing all day, every day, because I know it's way beyond a full-time job. Thank you.
It's fun. Keeps me out of trouble most of the time.
It just finds you, right? Trouble finds you.
Absolutely.
So, Board, I will put a plug in for Ms. Emmerich. If you've never been to one of the plays, they are phenomenal, and I can't wait to see them in this new facility. It's going to be awesome. So, thank you, Mr. Rooks.
Right. Next, we have Child Nutrition Excess Balance Corrective Action Plan. So, due to the excess balance, but we do not need to submit another plan because we've made progress on spending it down. Plus, the funds from this are going to be used to purchase new equipment for the new cafeteria. So they said we didn't need to submit a new action plan based on what we're doing. So they were fine with that. Questions on that?
Okay. Board? Okay, good.
Student suspensions for February 25, they're at your place. And if you have questions, you can see me offline. I'd be glad to try to discuss them with you. And then next we have 9.03, discussion of staff attire. And I'll turn it over to the chair.
Okay. So, Board, we were asked to bring the attire to discuss that about giving the principals the option of being able to use for the teachers to wear jeans. So,
so if you like, I'd like to go ahead and say what we're doing currently.
Yeah, sure.
And that way you have that as background information. And then I'll also just say also that we have an employee recognition committee. So if any one of you would like to serve on that committee, I'd be glad to have you as part of that committee as well. But currently right now, the principals have the autonomy to allow jeans as they see fit. A lot of principals, when this was brought to them, they do some recognition days and they do some things like that where, like at the high school, has the flower fund and you pay $1 to wear jeans on Fridays or whatever. But the principals do have the autonomy. I know, like, for example, at the high school, Mr. Crawford, when the Eagles won, they got to wear jeans all week because the Eagles won a Super Bowl, things like that. But anyhow, so I told the principals they can use it as they see fit. I don't need to get them permission to do any of that, but it's at their discretion how they choose to utilize that for their buildings. So that's kind of where it is right now.
Okay.
So, Dr. Wells, so if one of the schools decided that they wanted to allow jeans the rest of the year, they would be okay with that?
I've told them that they had the autonomy to use it as they wish, so I did not say I had to approve any of that. So I left it to the principal to build in based on the needs of their school. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll just say I was the one that asked to bring this up for a couple reasons. One, I think by our own admission, we use jeans as a reward for teachers, correct? Right, we use it as an incentive. And so, again, my thinking is that when we had lots of discussion about the budget, obviously we saw in the results of the survey from Lynchburg leadership that, pay is their one of their top things, right? Well, unfortunately, as a board, we've had a lot of discussion around that. There's very little that we can do to move the needle on pay. But what else can we do to improve teacher morale? And I guess it bothers me a little bit that we kind of dangle a carrot out there for teachers that say you pay $1. So now we're charging teachers to be comfortable in their schools. These are the same teachers that are having to buy their own school supplies to help their kids. These are the same teachers that are already underpaid. And so we're saying, hey, you pay your $1, you can wear jeans. Or if you achieve this goal, you can wear jeans. So I have a real problem with that. We're treating them almost like a child, a 5-year-old. If you're good this week, you can get your ice cream. And so I have a problem with that. I have a problem with allowing one school to do it and not others, because now we're potentially saying if this school says the rest of the year you can wear jeans, the rest of you say they can't. Well, now we're pitting one school against another school. And so think about what that relationship's going to be between those schools, those teachers and administrators. When I started working back in the 90s, I was a technician for United Parcel Service, and I wore a suit and tie to work every day as a technician. I was working on the ground under desk, and today that's not a standard anymore. So the dress attire has changed over the years. I mean, we see lots of what we would say professional people come to work not wearing what we would call business casual today. So I guess my question is why, in all that we talk about supporting our teachers, why would we not give them that flexibility to be a professional and come in jeans? Because to me, their professionalism isn't about them wearing jeans. It's about how they're performing their job in the classroom. Are they meeting the needs of our students? Are they engaged in instruction? And from all the studies I've ever read, and I think you mentioned it tonight, it's a reward. Our teachers want it. So why wouldn't we give them that? And wouldn't that boost their morale? Even if it's a little bit, would it not boost their morale so that they would be happier? And if our teachers are happier, can we not conclude that they would do a better job at their work?
Okay. Board, any other comments, discussion, questions?
Ms. Terry?
Yes.
Professional clothing, there's a certain thing with uniforms that we don't require. In private schools, uniforms are required. And it's mainly so all students are considered equals, right? They all wear the same color shirt, the same color slacks or skirts, and it keeps them away from, well, they've got the latest shoes on, they've got the best jeans on, so they're better people because they've got this or they've got that, and I don't have it. In the realm of teaching, being an educator, a professional, I believe that attire says a lot about how you teach. And it's a visual thing, and I know it seems petty sometimes, but I think there's a certain standard that needs to go with it. I'm not sure I would be comfortable getting on an airplane with a guy with cut off shirts or shorts and cut off sleeves, sunglasses. I'm gonna fly you to Hawaii. I kind of probably would be a little uncomfortable if he wasn't in a pilot uniform. Also, when parents walk into our schools and they can't tell the difference between the teachers and the students. Teachers are there with authority, and I saw up on the screen today when they did the audit that discipline was a problem. And how many of those teachers are trying to be students' friends instead of educators? I saw it on the graph. I saw discipline as an issue. If you don't know the difference between the students and the teachers, how do you control that? And I'm not saying that the principals shouldn't have the ability to decide whether or not their staff can wear jeans. I'm just saying that we as a board should uphold a certain standard for our teachers. They should be proud to come to come to Amherst County and be recognized as a teaching professional. And I think they should dress the part. That's all. That's just my personal take on it.
Terry?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I mean, I did hear you mention this, Ms. Childress, and giving respect. I don't particularly go with the phrase of dangling a carrot in front of someone. I've been working for a minute, and different organizations will have a Friday where you can wear jeans for Cancer Society, and you give a donation for that. That's just a personal thing for organizations. You might dress up pajama day, or you may have something in these schools that the principals, which I like in the first place, is controlling that. But I don't think we're dangling anything in front of anybody to make you feel better. I mean, I just don't know what that was all about. And I think I've mentioned this to you, and I'll be consistent. I don't believe it's our place to even deal with this attire. I think we have a superintendent, and I think we have principals who see fit of what needs to happen in their building. I don't think if we got other fish to fry here, let me just use that. And I respect what you were saying, and I heard when you said that we want to boost morale and make our teachers feel better. Did you say that? Something over that. I mean, wearing jeans, and how's that going to do anything about boosting anybody's morale? I mean, kind of like with Mr. Rossi, the world is, right now, everybody's doing what they want to do. Everybody has their own mindset. I mean, you could say, look, I'm not going to wear any jeans, I'm not going to wear any shoes, I'm not going to wear any socks. It's me, I do what I want to do. But I think Amherst County just got to set a precedence. I don't think we're asking people to come in three-piece suits or high-heel shoes if you so desire, but I think if we get too close to this situation where we, the school board, are saying that you can or you can't wear this, that, and that's just a little bit too much going on. I respect your thought on it. We want to, and I'm going to talk about this in my comments very briefly, we want to make the teachers, let's just say everybody, because we say teachers, everyone in the school could wear jeans, secretaries and everybody. But I don't know if we need to say, because we want you to feel better, you can wear jeans. If the principals and the superintendent change the dress code from what he said, that's fine with me too. But I don't think it's a definite, I want to boost your morale by letting you wear jeans. And I don't think we should say that we think we're dangling something in front of grown-ups to make them do anything. All companies, and I know Framingham BWX do these sort of things because I've been down there. You have these days where you can be reasonably dressed for a cause, let me put it that way, a walk for heart, and everybody can wear a red shirt. I observed in October cancer, so they say you can wear a pink shirt today, but you can't wear it every day. I mean, it's just the way it is. That's all I'm saying about that.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so obviously I respectfully disagree with a lot of these comments. I think we've already said it is a reward, and that's why they do these things, and that's why I said it's kind of that's where I came up with the phrase that we're dangling a carrot out there, because it is a reward for the teachers when they get to do that. And that's why, as a board, the reason I think it should come to us, I brought it to us is because our number one thing is how do we recruit and retain highly qualified teachers? And I think the workplace environment is a huge part of that, second only to pay. And if we can change the culture some, that's why I think it would help improve our teachers' satisfaction, that they could come to work and be more comfortable. But I've said my piece on it, and obviously we can hear what the rest of the board has to say about it. But I think it would be a positive move for our teachers. I think it would be very well received by our staff, and I would highly encourage us to look at that. So, because again, I think our goal is we need to focus on how else we can improve morale and the atmosphere of the culture within our staffs.
Okay. So I did have a few conversations with a couple of the principals about this, and the gist of the conversations that I got is that they do use it as a morale booster, but they use it as their incentives also, and it's things to help them I guess, show their appreciation when there's something going on to help the teachers out. But it's not an everyday thing, so that it's not their normal, it doesn't turn into their normal practice. Unless it's a teacher who's on the floor a lot with like a kindergarten, pre-K, that kind of thing, that kind of thing. Now, the ones that I did talk with, they did like that they had the option of how they utilized that, but that it was an option for them to utilize it. So, and that's just the indication that I got from the principals that I spoke with. So,
Again, that's where I came up with the carrot thing, is that, it's an incentive for our teachers, and my goodness, haven't our teachers done enough to earn that reward permanently? Every day they're in the trenches.
okay, yeah, yes, ma'am. I heard something. Okay.
Sure. Sorry, I had it off. I think one of the thoughts that comes to mind for myself is that for our students are spending a majority of their life in the school setting, and it's establishing norms. And I think there is something to be said for dressing the part. I know in our small business, we don't have any employees, but when I go to work at the office, I put on professional attire. It does something to my brain. And I like the autonomy of our building administrators being able to decide what is best for their school culture, because even though all our schools are similar, they all have their own unique culture and values, I would say. One concern that I have is that it is a pretty simple and fun thing to do that doesn't cost anyone anything to do with fundraisers and school spirit. And so those are some of my thoughts. I appreciate the morale boosting side of it, and a desire to say, we value you, we respect you, we trust you to dress in the attire that is best for your classroom and your work ethic. And I hope that our teachers know that that is how we feel about them. So those are some of my thoughts. Thank you for bringing it up.
Okay. Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the intent to improve teacher morale and satisfaction. I think that's all of our goals. Every single one of us is a board member, the principals, the administration that's sitting in front of us, and those that are working and watching us from afar. So I think that's all of our goals. So I do appreciate that. I know the administration has sent out a survey was it this week or last week, about teachers want more time. And as a former educator, I know that valuable, aspect of needing more time. And so I appreciate the administration sending out that survey. I don't know if you have results yet or not, but.
It's not closed yet. It'll close next week, and we've had about 168 respond.
Well, good. Because finding ways to give them more time is a challenge. So I'm excited to see the results, and I'm excited to see what kind of creative ideas that you guys have. So I think we're all working for the same thing. I am with Ms. Ligon, and that I don't think that it's necessarily our job as a board to say whether or not they wear jeans or not. I don't really care whether they wear jeans or not. I just want them, like Mr. Arasi said, I want them to dress professionally. I think that if they dress professionally and they present themselves professionally, then our students are going to benefit. But I know that you can dress professionally with jeans. You can dress unprofessionally without jeans. So I really don't care about that, but I do trust that that would be the job of our administration. If it's an issue and it comes to us, then I think, yeah, maybe we as a board would have to address that issue. But at this point, I think where I would support would be encouraging the administration to continue surveying teachers to finding out what they want. And if they want jeans, then the administration can work with the principals to do that and present results to us, that kind of thing. I just don't want to preclude that as a board member, I actually know what those teachers are going to want. So I would be happy with some type of a survey. I'd be happy to hear from teachers. And I'm happy as a board member to support those things that would improve morale. Like I said, I don't care whether they wear jeans or not, whatever y'all decide, as the administrator. But I do care about our teachers, and I do care about their morale and their climate, and whatever that takes. If that's jeans, then I'm right there with them. But I would like to hear from them and the administration.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, again, on the Employee Recognition Committee, that's run through HR, and we have teachers and other staff on that committee. So if you would like, again, if one of you would like to be on that with them, that's more than welcome to, or I can have Mr. Gallagher report back the findings from his committee as he meets with his staff to the board. But it might be good just so if a board member wanted to be on there to have conversations with the teachers and say, what would you like and how can we support that as well? So I'm willing to, again, if you want to do that, to enable that a little bit, and you could be a part of that committee. That's up to you, or you can have the committee report out. Either way you want to do that, it's fine with me.
Any board member wants to be on that committee? Right now? You can think about it if you let me know.
Yeah.
Okay,
Y'all
that's
can-
fine.
yeah.
Let me
Again,
know.
that's just a side, regardless of how the conversation goes, I do think that would be a good way for you to hear from staff and some other things that are going on. So just a thought.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I was going to ask this in my comments, but I'll just throw it in here now. Bev's gone, but she would be able to help with this or not. There used to be a teacher liaison or whatever the word was called. What is that? We don't do that anymore?
I have that committee. I have the
Yeah.
committee where I have staff from the schools come to me and we discuss.
No, it was a person. You know what I'm talking about? I forget what it was. There was a person who would always come and talk on behalf of teachers.
Oh, the AEA,
AEA, yeah.
Education.
Did we stop that?
Amherst Education Association.
I'm just asking because I know that's where we used to find these sort of things out.
I
But
know
if
we
your
had-
committee's replacing that, that's
Right.
all good, though.
No, the Education Association is totally separate. They're an independent group, but they haven't had the leadership. No.
The person who was the president of that and a representative for has left our division.
Right.
Right, I know that. So
And
I'm
they
just
have
saying
not-
they didn't replace them.
No, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, that was a good tool. I didn't say need to go back to it, but that was a tool where that person spoke on behalf of, what we're trying to do here is just everybody speaking. But there was a person who would come to the meetings or come to the superintendent
Yes, ma'am.
with what the teachers were feeling, and we would look at it like we are tonight, and then we didn't have, just a whole bunch of stuff going on. I wouldn't say go back to it, but Dr. Wells, you say you have that committee, so to speak.
I have
that-
a group
I'm aware of that,
of a representative from each school.
And they come, still bring you ideas and all this.
Classified staff has
Right.
one committee and professional staff is a separate committee. So I have two different groups
That's
that
right,
meet
I
at different
remember.
times.
And you used to, or you or somebody, of these concerns, Mr. Childress, we still friends? That's just the way I operate. No, I'm saying that committee would talk about genes and all these scenarios, am I right?
If that was a point of emphasis, yes, they
Yeah,
could.
that's how that would be, how all the teachers felt and so forth. So
Sure.
that was good information for the board, having one person come versus a thought. And surveys are good, but I'm gonna leave that alone. Surveys are good sometimes. But that liaison or that committee that Dr. Wells has I think would be would be a good source of information for us. And you could even be part of when you're having the policy committee, y'all see what I'm saying? One person is talking for the teachers.
Okay. Board, anything else? Okay. Alrighty, Dr. Wells, 10.
It's finance, Mr. Connage.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Before you tonight are your updated financial reports through February. On your Object Code report, we have finally, with that supplemental appropriation, taken care of that textbook overage. That was on page 3. On page 2, We did have a heating overage that I wanted to point out. That is actually going to be resolved next month. The company had a name change, and so a new purchase order was opened for that. And the old name was closed out, but it was closed out in March, so that will resolve itself. That is not a true overage. There is an overage in the transportation supplies. That is one of the areas we did ask for additional fundings for next year because things are costing more. We will go through their open POs and just make sure everything's cleaned up. But any overages they have in there can be taken from the fuel account, so they are fine. We are currently awaiting some crucial information for closing out the year, and that's our March ADM, which is our funding ADM, and just the General Assembly's amendments and how it may impact our current year. But that's not known now, but as soon as we have that information, we will bring it to you. Have you had a chance to look at those reports? Do you have any questions?
Board, do you have any questions for Mr. Conich? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, next we have Dr. Norman with instruction.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair and members of the board. I have with me tonight 3 of our members of our instructional staff. One of the things that Dr. Wells and I spoke regarding was just an update for the board on how do we know what we're doing is working in our schools? How are we monitoring that? What does it look like? What are our expectations? What are the mechanisms and the systems that we have in place to determine how we kind of move students forward in a more rapid pace than we have in the last several years? So I have Ms. Robin Wheeler, who is our supervisor of literacy and federal programs. She's going to be talking to us about some data as well as, it just left my mind, HQIM. Thank you very much. And then I also have Ms. Ruth Matheny, who is supervisor of math, science, gifted elective programs, but she's going to speak specifically about math, science, and the data that's been collected. And then, of course, I have Ms. Natalia Cecil, who is our coordinator of school improvement, that oversees all of our school improvement for our 3 schools that are federally identified this year, as well as our 3 schools that have accreditation in level 2 or level 3. And so they're going to be joining me in the presentation. What I'd like to be able to talk to you about tonight is just to give you a couple of background items, and then we're going to kind of move through how we know what we know. The first thing is I just want to remind you about our new accreditation system. It's brand spanking new. They gave us some information on it last year. They gave us a tool to use to see where we would be and how our schools would do with the new accreditation system. So we're going to give you a reminder about that. We also have a process that we're using, that we're required to use, called the Virginia Support Framework. Those are all the mechanisms and the systems and the processes that we have to use for those 6 schools that are in some type of warning or ID. And then we're going to give you information straight from the principal, how they think that their school is doing and how they see what they've done to move forward. The next thing I want to talk to you about really is just the framework, so you kind of understand the new accreditation system. It's broken down into 4 different areas. These are the performance categories that we actually have. There is a needs intensive support. None of our schools using the new system for accreditation fell into that category. We do not have anybody that meets that right now. We have 3 off-track schools that we are currently working with. Those are Amelon, Central Elementary, and Madison Heights. We have 5 on-track schools that have, when you calculate all of their areas, they're between 80% and 89%. And that's Amherst Elementary, Elon Elementary, Amherst County High School, Amherst Middle School, and Manellison Middle School. And then our distinguished school, we have one distinguished school that is, when you calculate those out, they're above 90%, and that's Temperance Elementary. The next thing is these are the indicators that make up those percentages. And there are 3 different categories that come to 100%, except for in high school. So you have growth, mastery, and readiness in all 3 of the areas. But in high school, you also have the indicator of graduation rate, because that is a federal requirement that we have to meet certain graduation rates. This is the slide that kind of VDOE wanted us to have an example to provide to the public. This has been up on our webpage. We've presented this to you before, but this is just an example that kind of shows you the percentages, how they earn the points, the number of students that were tested, what that rate looks like, what the index value is, and that changes based on the number of students, as well as what it weighs on the left-hand side. All of that is tallied up for an overall percentage rating. If you'll notice, the elementary school, and these are not ours, these are examples from the state. The first one is off track by 2 points. It made a 77.2, and to be on track, you need to have at least an 80. The middle school that is shown, same calculations that are used, and that is an 82.67, I think it looks like. And that is an on track, and it made on track by 2.67 points.
So as Dr. Norman stated, good evening, board. This is the Virginia Support Framework. And so this is year 1 of implementation of this process. And really what this emphasizes is the combining of these 4 systems, right? The school climate, professional learning supports, staffing supports, and really they're all working together to support academics and our student outcomes. And the emphasis of this framework is really on the use of evidence-based interventions, using that data-driven decision-making so that we can make adjustments that best fit the needs of our schools and our division. And it's moving away from a compliance system to a more responsive system and support system. There was something else I was going to say. Oh, I did want to note that this is what we're doing at the division level. And in addition to that, all of our schools are also doing their own support system, support plan at the school level as well.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As Ms. Cecil said, just as the schools have their own support plans, we have a division support plan as well. And so that's just a snip of that plan on the screen. But within that plan, as a division, we've done our needs assessment, looking at data to develop our action steps and our goals to be able to support our students and our schools and our administrators in meeting their individual goals within their plans. And so we meet as a division team with representatives from each of those domains that Ms. Cecil just talked about, to look at the goals that we have, look at the action steps, and just as she said, really do progress monitoring of those action steps, making sure that we're using the tools that we have available to us, and really focusing on implementation. Our key words this year are implementation and impact. We're doing the things that we've outlined that we said we were going to do, but are they moving us in the direction that we need them to move us? And so that is really the focus at the division level and at the school level as we look at data together tonight. With each of those support plans, we're really focusing. Yes.
Can I add one thing just to kind of make sure you understand? The support framework is 4 different areas. We are only talking to you tonight in regards to the academic domain 1 area.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. No, I forgot where I was at, Dr. Norman. That's okay. No. So within that, some of the major goals that we've identified are related to our high-quality instructional material that you guys adopted as a board last year. Also PLC implementation, and then 45-day plans, which is our specific mechanism as we move into SOL testing for interventions for students. And so kind of those are the data pieces that we're going to spotlight for you tonight. In regards to open court, we continue to provide support at the division level, as honestly we do face limitations with this core program and our capacity to be able to support teachers with it. We have had issues specific with SOL alignment of the materials, making sure that the HQIM is giving our teachers what they need in regards to standards and overview documents, as well as just adjustments with some of the materials. And so I believe at your place tonight you have an updated memo with some of those status updates as to what we have concerns about. As a division, we continue to meet monthly with the open court implementation specialist to get access to the things that we hear our teachers needing in order to have implementation. One of the things that we do at the division level is a weekly newsletter out to our teachers with best practices as we learn. As far as implementation, we have open office hours during common planning times for our elementary teachers where we offer Google Meets either with Ms. Hutchinson, our lead support specialist, or open court support coaches as well. And then we also have some of our administrators in the classroom seeing what it's like to teach from this HQIM. And so there's Mr. Demarsky at Madison Heights, who recently went into a kindergarten classroom to kind of see from the teacher perspective what it's like to implement this curriculum in the classroom. With this curriculum, we do have access to data specific to weekly assessments given within the Open Court assessment platform. These are weekly, but then also every 6 weeks, they have a unit assessment that kind of pulls all of the pieces together. We are currently focusing on making sure that we're moving to all online access for those assessments. Again, it's been a learning curve in year one of implementation. You can see there with the data specific to kindergarten, that's our kindergartners learning how to take a test online. And so we're having some growing pains there, but we're continuing each week to pull this data and make sure that those bars are continuing to move to the far right. With third grade, I think some of our concern there is there's a big jump from second grade content to third grade content, especially when you look at new standards that we have with the 2024 implementation, the complexity of text that they're being exposed to. And so I would, again, with that grade level, also say it's a learning curve as far as what the expectations are as I move from a second grader to a third grader with year one of implementation of this material.
And so in addition to HQIM, we are also prioritizing the support of our professional learning communities, our PLCs. And so in the fall, we were able to visit schools and provide that targeted support for our teachers and our grade levels. And so what we were also able to do is not only provide that targeted support, but provide some unified language for expectations as it relates to this process. What are the components of the PLC process, and what are we trying to get out of the PLC process in order to support our students in the most intentional way? And so there you'll see some feedback as it relates to those teacher consultations and some of the needs that we identified and our plan to support in our schools for PLCs on a consistent basis. So as our monitoring system to see if what we were doing was working was to utilize this tool, this PLC continuum. And so what this tool really helps us do is to monitor our teams and their development in this process. And so we have schools across the division that are using this tool in several ways. Some are using it, some teams are using it to self-evaluate. Some administrators are conducting reviews and having that consistent feedback with their teams. But again, it can also be a tool that really collects, are we implementing this process with fidelity? And so I do want to note there that you'll see a highlight there at the bottom is that our Superintendent of Public Instruction, Dr. Coombs, actually most recently highlighted a school in Danville, if I'm not mistaken, and their use of the PLC process and how that made such an impact. Their strategic use of that PLC made such an impact on the critical needs of that school and that division. And so to give you a little bit of data here, what we do at the division is we are also progress monitoring every month to determine how we can best support our schools. And so you'll see that in our most recent instructional rounds, we collected some data to determine the impact, the fidelity of implementation and the impact on that. And so a majority of our schools, this data shows, do have PLC documents that are being used. So they are committed to discussing student data in this process. We are still focusing and prioritizing our progress monitoring here and determining some longitudinal data for impact there. But what our other data also suggests is that where we have prioritized our time, our federally identified schools, those teams are showing significant gains in this process.
So we've talked to you about HQIM, which is required under the Virginia Literacy Act. The PLC process, which is strongly encouraged as a best practice for us to use to drill down to specific student needs and addressing what interventions we do with those students. The third part of this whole system is really the big punch at the end in second semester, which is our 45-day plans. And a 45-day plan really allows us to target specific instruction and show meaningful progress is what we're looking for. What's the impact that what the teachers are doing is working for our students. One of the things that we wanted to kind of show you is our 45-day process and how we use it here. They developed their 45-day plans in December and worked through that in February, from February 14th to May 5th. That's the time frame. Our principals reviewed all 45-day plans for their principals by January 31st, and then us as a division, the team here, reviewed each of the 45-day plans for each of the schools and came up with a monitoring process of that. One of the things that we determined, if you hit the next slide, thank you, was that when we looked at the 45-day plans, we looked for two things. Was it completed? Did they go all the way out in the 45 days right up to testing day, addressing skills that were very specific to the needs of the students that they currently have in the classroom? Was a skill assigned that they wanted to remediate, intervene on, or enrich? At our elementary level, 78% had that intact and in their 45-day plans. And at secondary, that was 93%, which is astounding because this is like the first year that all teachers at the secondary level have done a 45-day plan. Tiered intervention, though, we dropped off. This is how they determined groups, looking at their data, specifically identifying students in those groups, what they were going to do with those students. So we're at 38%. PLCs have been going on a long time at the elementary level, and that's where they talk about grouping, small group instruction, and what that looks like. We've just started to turn the page at our secondary, where they're developing groups, they're splitting between teachers. It's a beautiful thing to watch at secondary, but we're just on the cusp of doing that. So we're at 12% of those 45-day plans. That feedback was given to the teachers who have adjusted and made those, and we'll do another review at the 24th of this month. What I would like to target for you or for you to look at is that sample intervention tracking tool. So as you know, teachers are putting in data, they're looking at it, they're developing what intervention they actually did, what skill they associated with that. Did the child progress, master that, or do they have to do something else? A tracking tool, as VDOE says, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. So that is huge for our 3 federally ID'd schools. This is not a we want you to do this. This is a VDOE is going to look for it, and they want to make sure that it's there. And so the same thing with our schools that have accreditation issues. One of the things, this is key mechanism for monitoring student progress so they can make the informed decisions about what they need to do next with that child. And it's individual, where they identify the kids, they do a pre and a post test, they determine what are the skills that are deficient, and then how do they move forward with interventions on that.
And so this is a commercial break to remind you that you have your monthly laser update at your place under executive content. And so again, just a reminder, as we're talking about tools that help us progress monitor, this is a tool that has been provided to us by the state to help us really make those data-driven, informed decisions, determine trends across schools and across grade levels, across the division, so that we can best support our students.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Yes, ma'am.
On the next couple of slides, we're going to talk about specific content areas, data that we have for those, and the supports that we have in place. So starting with reading, we're seeing some moderate improvement with our growth assessments overall. And as a reminder, in the fall, with the exception of third grade, students were tested on previous grade level content. And in the winter, they were tested on current grade level content, meaning that the winter test was much more difficult than the fall, and it also tested the entire year's worth of content versus just what had been taught. However, when we look at our VALS data for K3, we're seeing a more significant gains there with about 10% improvement in those foundational reading skills, which aligns with where our schools have been focused on during that intervention period that Ms. Wheeler and Ms. Norman talked about. This growth in that foundational skills also correlates with our Lexia data for elementary, where we're seeing more fidelity and use of the program. We're seeing more gains in use across the board, especially in K3, where we have the highest usage, and that's where we're seeing the most gains. For example, in kindergarten, they've grown from 27% on grade level to 89% on grade level. And in first grade, that increase was from 29 to 71%. At middle school, we do offer Lexia usage, but that usage is not as consistent or with fidelity as it is in elementary school. But recently, both of our English departments at middle school have received training about how to better incorporate Lexia during that English remediation period so that they can use that program to help support the interventions that they're putting in place for students.
That's a question. So the comment about improvement from 20-something% to 89%.
Yes.
Can you explain to the board what that really means? Because I mean, it sounds like a phenomenal number.
Yeah.
Right? But it's based on the one test where they really hadn't had any instruction. So could you explain?
So that was about our Lexia usage. And so at the beginning of, when students log into that program at the beginning of the year, they're given a placement test. And that assessment kind of looks at whether they're on grade level, above grade level, or below grade level expectations according to the program. And so that comparison is where they started in the fall was 27%. Where they are at mid-year is now 89% on grade level. So that's a pretty significant growth there for that grade level.
So can we expect the SOL scores to kind of see some similar growth?
You have to wait 3 years because they don't take an SOL test.
Yeah, no, I get that, but that's what I'm talking long term. I mean, and I guess it's really a serious question. Are we saying that we're really going to start to see these long-term gains as a result of what we're implementing?
I think one of the things that we're seeing, especially in the primary grades, which is to what you're asking for, where we see this in the future, even in English and in math, we're seeing our grade levels at those primary grade levels are coming in stronger, and we're giving them more gains as we're going through. So I think we're going to see that in the long term.
If the program is used with fidelity, that's huge. If teachers buy into that this program is going to work, it's considered a high-quality instructional material. It has research base where it's proven that it works. If teachers use it, they are seeing the success with their students.
And a lot of these, the students really enjoy that aspect of it too, because it's self-paced and they're doing it on the computers, kind of but they're doing, but they'll come in and say, I got a 10 today or whatever.
Right.
When I come, so they'll get excited about growth on there, because they can see it, they can chart it as they go along.
So thinking back to the presentation we had earlier, again from Lynchburg Leads, the two top things were teachers wanted time back and they wanted support in their classrooms, whether it be administrative support or instructional support. How does this align with that?
And that's one of the beauties about Lexia, is that it has an online component where the students are working individually at their in particular level, but it also contains offline resources and lessons that are scripted that teachers can use. The program identifies, this student might benefit from a lesson for this skill, and it gives the teacher the resource right there that they could do during that intervention time with them.
And we hope that they're not spending all of their time on the computer. The good thing about this is with those lessons, they can be on the computer for 10, 15 minutes or whatever, and then as they switch groups, the teacher can then have scripted that, bring them to the small group and say, okay, Johnny, you did this, let me teach it to you a different way, or let's rework that problem.
So does it allow the teacher to differentiate based on what they're seeing?
Right. And I think
Yes,
part
sir.
of it too is teachers get used more exposure to the programs, how to use it more, how to implement it more. They'll see them probably, you should see that growth there as well. But right now it's still kind of new and people aren't really sure how to use it.
Yeah, and that's part of what my question is are we seeing these gains because we're really just learning how to implement it and use it? And so it seems like a fantastical goal, gain,
Yeah.
but is it realistic that that's really what the gain is?
And I will say that we've used the program
Yeah.
at elementary for longer than we have at secondary.
Right.
Secondary, we started with the All in Virginia last January, basically. And so that's still a relatively new program for our middle school students and teachers to get familiar with.
Right. Lexia was the first program I brought in, and I brought it in from Madison Heights Elementary School 11 years ago.
Oh, no, Madison Heights.
Madison Heights, 11 years ago, because they were getting ready to be taken over by the state, because they had never passed accreditation for reading. It is a solid program, but it has to be used in the manner that the program calls for.
Just a couple other high-impact supports that we have in place for reading. We have that protected intervention time for both middle school and for elementary. And at elementary, that includes a flooding of support personnel during that time so that those intervention groups can be more targeted and tailored for the specific student needs. As Ms. Cecil talked about, those progress monitoring tools for interventions are in place, and that is helping our teachers monitor what are we doing for students and how is that working. We do have support for reading specialists at both the elementary and middle school level. And as part of the Virginia Literacy Act, those students that were identified as high risk also have a reading plan specifically tailored to their individual student needs. And so those plans are being monitored by classroom teachers and reading specialists as they put those interventions in place. And then lastly, for reading, as Ms. Wheeler talked about, that professional development and coaching support for our implementation of Open Court HQIM in our elementary schools. As far as math is concerned, most of our grade levels are seeing significant.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask a question about the reading before we move to math? I see a lot of programs that we have, Lexia textbook is being taught in the classroom where I don't want to say the textbook, but the reading curriculum is being taught.
Open Court, yes, ma'am.
Open Court, thank you. IXL, vowels, we have 17 reading specialists, and we have a set-aside intervention time.
Yes, ma'am.
And teachers also have set aside PLC time in
Yes, ma'am.
order to have analyzed data to look at these tiered interventions that I'm assuming is taking place during intervention time. So my concern is going back to where we were talking about, I think it's slide 8, no. About the 45-day plans.
Yes, ma'am.
So on the 45-day plan, which you can't find right now, it says that 38% of the plans at elementary have tiered interventions and 12.5% at the secondary level. Why is that not higher if we have set aside intervention time and we have all these programs?
These are the 38% tiered intervention is documented on their tracking, their 45-day tracking plan. So I would say that, so in a PLC, you have questions that are asked by the facilitator of the group in regards to students, in regards to what they do, getting them to understand that they can say, yes, I feel that that kid's got it, but the data that backs it up, so they're starting to bring the data, they're starting to talk about the data, then they are starting to, we've gotten them to the point of what is it, what's the intervention we're going to use, getting them to the part of bringing that back, regrouping their students, determining whether or not it worked or not, that we have we have handfuls of PLCs that have done it for years that do it very, very well, but I couldn't say that 100% of our PLCs are at that particular part. On the continuum of where I started at one school who had never done a PLC to where they are learning about it and getting where they need to be, that's probably my secondary. If I give them 3 years, they'll have it all in place and it'll be very specific. But moving that along on the continuum to get that it's supported, it's in place, it's just natural for them to do it and have the discussions and come to an impact that's going to happen for students is not in every PLC.
And Ms. Thompson, too, I think part of it also is not that they're not differentiating or doing tiered interventions, it's that they're not documenting it in a way. And so that you might not be showing the evidence that's there, but they are pulling them apart and doing, differentiated instruction and tiering them, but it may not be documented in a way that meets the demands of the.
Right. The demands of the VDOE, how we have to show that. So they're talking about students. They are determining what they can do differently for each of the student groups. They are pulling data, but me coming in and saying, how do you know that kid got it? Show me the data, the evidence that proves that. That's where we're struggling. That's the next step for our PLCs. Some get it and some do it very, very well. Some do not.
So the 45-day plans get reviewed
Yes,
by
ma'am.
building administrators?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they not require them to document what type of tiered interventions will be taking place during that 45-day plan?
They should. Yes, ma'am.
But only 38% have them.
Correct. On the initial review. They were given feedback. They were updated. We'll review them again in March.
So they're giving them feedback.
Yes, ma'am.
And I assume part of that would be that they needed to have that documented. Because
Absolutely.
as you said, if it's not documented, it's not happening.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's true, but I know that was one of the slogans a few minutes ago.
Yes.
So that is being, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Did you want to add anything?
No, ma'am, I think that's just the point, and we're continuing to go into those PLCs too and trying to help with some of those processes
But the
of being
expectation
involved.
is
The
that those
expectation is there.
45-day
Yes,
plans will
ma'am.
utilize that intervention with tiered interventions. And
Right.
Yes,
And one of the things that I want to make sure, it's not just our teachers who have not done PLC the way that the state is requiring or the way that we look for that impact to be. We're training our principals as well. And so principals are in those PLC meetings. They should be in those PLC meetings. And so we only have 7 more PLCs to go before we start testing. And so my team put a calendar together and we've all signed up to make sure we're in every single one of those PLCs and are sitting with the administrator side by side, modeling, making sure that they ask the questions, making sure we get teachers to the impact of what it looks like. So one of the things that we do know, we did this at the beginning of the year, but when we remove ourselves from the school to go to another school to help that school, it kind of, all the other things kind of happen on a principal's plate. And we understand that. We just need to be in there and supporting them as much as possible.
And I know that there was a point while we were on the board that not every school had an assistant principal. And one of the reasons that the board at that time saw fit to put assistant principals into the buildings was because the principal was the instructional leader of that building.
Yes, ma'am.
And the assistant principal could take some of the load of those daily demands off of them. So I'm hoping they're utilizing their assistant principals.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, in regards to math, most of our grade levels are seeing significant gains when we look at fall versus winter. In particular, kindergarten at winter testing, 91% of our students were meeting those winter benchmarks. In second grade, 75% were on or above at that winter testing. In third grade, 86% were showing improvement between fall and winter. And at seventh grade, that was 73% that were showing improvement there. One of the notes about fourth grade in particular, with our new math standards this year, we are seeing that grade level out of all the grade levels with the most rigorous components as far as it goes with being able to use models to represent problems. Contextual word problems were more heavily emphasized in that grade level, and then also having students be able to explain and justify their answers was more increased at that particular grade level. So that is one of the things that we are trying to work with our math specialists on, as well as our math lead teachers, to kind of see how can we support in that particular area. However, if you look at IXL usage, which is one of our supplemental programs, it's not a mandatory program, but it is a program that is very widely used by many of our teachers who assign specific skills for students to practice. And those skills could be either foundational skills from previous grade levels or current grade level skills. If we look at fourth grade, for example, they've practiced 42 skills this year and have demonstrated proficiency, which is 80% accuracy on 26 of those skills. And then 21 of 26 of those skills have been reached mastery, which is 100% accuracy. So one of the things that we're seeing there is that they are making those progress, especially in those foundational skills. One of the things that we would like to see probably moving forward in the next, 7 weeks before SOL time is more proficiency across a wider range of skills rather than mastery of a smaller targeted set of skills. So some of the things that we have in place there, that same protected intervention time in elementary is there for math. Secondary intervention is a little bit different. It varies by school. Some offer that 1 day a week of intervention. Others have a remediation block. And then others have that intervention happening during a portion of their core block every day. We have those same progress monitoring tools for interventions for math. For math, we also have one division math specialist who is supporting primarily at our two federally identified elementary schools, Central and Madison Heights, working primarily with third, fourth, and fifth grade as they prepare for their SOL test. And then we also have a secondary math coach who's working with our secondary schools in that same capacity. We also continue to have access to supplemental programs like IXL, Zern, and Dreambox. And then our professional development related to math this year has been strategically targeted to support evidence-based interventions, and that's looking at how to incorporate visual representations or those models into instruction with manipulatives, how to provide explicit and targeted instruction for students and those targeted interventions. And then looking at science, again, we're seeing growth in some areas versus others, particularly at the elementary school level where we're seeing an 85% improvement from fall to spring. Another tool that we used at the division level during our most recent instructional round was the VDOE's Science Classroom Observation Tool, or SCOT tool. And that tool is a useful tool because it helps to look at indicators for lesson plan alignment, but also student actions and teacher actions, the behaviors that they see in effective science classrooms. So when we looked at that data that we collected during this last round, we're noticing that full alignment continues to be an area of focus for us. And when we say full alignment, that means the lesson plan, the activities, the materials are fully aligned to the intent and rigor of the standard. So that you can see overall is a low percentage for us, 20%. But when we look at how many were fully aligned and partially aligned, that was a little bit better. And when we mean partially aligned, we could be looking at a teacher who has identified 6 or 7 standards that they're going to cover across the week, but needing to identify that particular standard they're focusing on for that lesson for the day. It could also be lessons that might be topically aligned, but may be missing an important component of the standard. One of the other things that the SCOT tool looks at is those teacher and student behaviors. And so when we looked at those, we want to see more of a 50-50 ratio with that. Some of the practices that we're seeing are good practices that we're seeing our teachers using, including direct instruction, scaffolding, questioning techniques, and asking students to explain their thinking, which are all good things. When we look at those student interactions that were mostly observed, that was where we saw students being able to explain their understanding of a concept in their own words. And so one of the things that we'd like to see moving forward with that in the next couple of weeks is more opportunities for students to actually be the ones to plan, conduct, and do those hands-on investigations. Because those are the things that are going to have students be able to understand the concepts and explain them in a better way. Because right now we're seeing more of those teacher-led practices versus those student experiences, and we need students to really be the ones to participate in that inquiry and sense-making. If you look at the 2 data points there and compare them, it looks like with elementary we're seeing much stronger lesson plan alignment and more of that 50-50 ratio between student actions and teacher actions, and that may be contributing to the growth that we're seeing at elementary. As far as high impact supports there, again, that progress monitoring for interventions. We also have partnerships with the James River Association for Life Science and Biology to help provide some more student-centered experiences in terms of science. We've been focusing on professional development for the 5E model, which really emphasizes that hands-on investigation and sense-making for students. And then for our federally identified schools, all 3 of those have access to STEM Scopes, which is a supplemental program funded by their school improvement grant. And that aligns with the 5E model and provides them some lesson activities, lesson plans that are aligned to the 5E model, but also to our Virginia standards of learning.
And so what we wanted to show you here is provide some information related to the progress monitoring and student performance that we received from our principals. And so you also have access to their individual summaries under executive content on board docs. But just to summarize some key takeaways from their summaries, there is absolutely notable progress in the PLC development, as noted on their PLC continuums. We do have many teams moving toward the developing stage. As far as admin support in those PLCs, they are providing feedbacks, they're facilitating professional development sessions as is appropriate for their teams that are focused on that specific analysis and those instructional strategies that are going to benefit our students. So thinking about the tools that they're using and the data that they have access to, that we just heard many components of there. They have access to data like SOL, growth assessments, and other platform data that they have available to. And so we, as a division, are going to continue to provide some support as it relates to this PLC process. So continuing professional development as it relates to consistent use of data and how that collaboration is structured in order to get to action there and that intentional support for students. And so always continuing to refine those data analysis practices, and again, making sure that it's being implemented with fidelity and consistently. And as always, providing, just as we expect our educators to do, providing that targeted and intentional supports for teams, for specific teams, wherever they are in their stage of the development.
One of the things I do want to remind you, when you're looking at the principals, each of them have their own slide that they determine, or they tell you what each of those areas that they feel their school is. Remember, some of the schools this is their first year of doing PLCs. They've never done it themselves, didn't do it as teachers, haven't done it as administrators, and so they're actually on that. They started the school year as pre-initiating stage, and you go from pre-initiating to developing to sustaining. And so where they put their mark is them going just from pre-initiating to initiating is a good thing. We want to get everybody into developing and sustaining. We have some schools that have been doing PLCs for a very long time, and we're already in developing stages, and we want to move them to sustaining. We want them to be able to carry that load all on their own without really needing that support that they need this year. We ended out the presentation just so you know what supports in each area that have been provided this year. You can ask whatever questions you want to. We will take those now if you would like to.
Board, any questions for these great ladies there?
Yes, Mr.
Try to
Terry.
answer 'em.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the division level data on monitoring and supports in regards to the science, and I'm looking at the ratio of student interactions observed. Student engagement isn't anything new. You guys have been observing that as long as you've been here, I have no doubt. If you compare this percentage here in your elementary and secondary to your observation in your instructional round 2 or 1, has it gone down?
For
Okay.
student engagement? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Has our observations on what we're seeing for student engagement?
It says instructional round 3, and then it has standard alignment, full and partial, ratio of student interactions observed. That one there, have you guys seen that go up in those schools, or is it going down? And if so, why?
I will let Ruth answer this because this is specific to the Scott tool. Am I correct on that? For science.
So this, we did not use the Scott tool during the first couple rounds. However, we do have instructional round data with data that we've collected for engagement. And I think, Natalia, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have seen an
improvement.
increase in student engagement in those particular areas.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Board, any more questions? Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Neighbors and Student Services.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Goes entranced by that presentation there. It took me a minute to get my microphone. Apologize. I have 2 items for you this evening. The first is our Best Lab data summary. Because of all the snow, we delayed bringing this to you with January not being a full month. So what you have in board docs this evening is both January and February. So for those 2 combined months, which put the days together a little more than a typical month there, we were able to serve 102 students for a total of over 3,800 visits. Obviously combined numbers, that puts us pretty much on par with what we've been seeing other months. Again, this is all based on visitation to those Best Labs at the 5 locations that we currently have. Based on our conversation last week, we are beginning to work, and by us, I mean myself and Dr. Smith, on beginning to triangulate some additional data. I know the board had inquired in regards to its overall impact, thinking about things like attendance, thinking about things like grades, thinking about discipline data that we can also pull. That'll continue to be a part of what we're exploring now, but my hope is that before we get to the end of the year, we'll be able to bring some of that data to the board. So in addition to the basic visitation data I've been bringing to you, we'll be able to see that overall impact at each of those 5 schools as well. As always, we see our youngest learners benefiting the most in regards to getting those visits in. Second grade continues to be the winner. That's been the trend pretty much since the beginning. And Madison Heights, Ms. Spence, who was one of our employees of the month earlier today, is the one who was servicing almost 800 over that course of those 2 months. So a lot of work being done at those early grades, but certainly Madison Heights continues to stand out with overall visits to the best lab. We have seen, or continue to see, I should say, that increase in students where they are coming on a regular basis, those 10 plus visits over the course of a month period. So nothing big change-wise in the data from what we've seen previously in those combined 2 months, but definitely getting our usage out of those 5 best labs. As always, be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Board, any questions for Mr. Neighbors?
All right. My second item this evening is relative to our 6B annual plan. So it's that time of year again. We're submitting our grant application for Title 6B. What I provided the board in board docs is a memo outlining the key components of that annual plan, going through how we're utilizing that as we've kind of come from pre-COVID into this post-COVID era. We're seeing much more success in working with the state, being really focused on staffing. So having individuals that are working directly with students. There's been a lot of change with how we get those reimbursements, how we're able to utilize the grants, and in conversations with Ms. Lukanich, we've really looked to go that direction. There are some other peripheral expenses and supports that we're able to utilize the 6B grant for, and I listed those there for the board's reference. But as is typical, the vast majority of those expenditures will be dedicated to staffing. What I've also given the board this evening at your place is a copy of the actual sheets that I complete, the application packet itself. I wanted to be able to give a little more data than typical. I know historically that isn't something we've seen in its entirety, but I wanted the board to really have that full picture of what that application looks like and how those funds are being delineated. What I would like to be able to do is give the board time to review that. Certainly, if there are any questions tonight, I'm happy to answer those as we kind of progress until the next board meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions in the meantime. But when we get to that next board meeting in April, we'd be looking for the board to approve that annual plan and be able to move forward. There will be some numbers that adjust with that. I was late printing it for Ms. McDurney today because I was hoping the state would get back to me. But ultimately, the body of it and what we're going to be using it for, that will not change between now and next month. And again, if you have any questions, happy to answer those.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Neighbors, so my question is of the positions that are in here, so the 8 teachers and 11 instructional assistants, are those positions in our current budget? So if you don't get this grant funded, are those positions in our current budget that we could still afford them, or?
Yeah, so we'll double check here with Ms. Lukanich to get her to jump on the mic as well. We do have those represented in the budget being funded by the 6B grant. Ultimately, this is not money that I've ever seen able to be denied us unless it's misused in some way. So we certainly can count on these funds coming in, but Ms. Lukanich will get you to double check me on that.
Yeah, you're correct. It is in the budget book. It's under the federal grant section. So they are funded, but they're not funded in the operating budget. They're funded in the federal grant budget.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Board, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
All right, next is Human Resources, and Mr. Gallagher and Dr. Rose are not here tonight, so I'll take care of this. So first you have the vacancy memo, and if you have any questions, be glad to answer, or you can wait and email Mr. Gallagher and he can answer them.
Okay. Board, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Next we have GBMA, the hearing officers. And so we needed to update our hearing officers. So we've talked to Mr. Gwill, as well as 2 other additional former superintendents who have agreed to serve as our hearing officers. So we have Dr. Robert Johnson, former superintendent from Campbell County, and Dr. Roger Collins, former Superintendent Nelson, and he was also interim superintendent in Bradford City Schools. So we wanted to add those to the list, but y'all need to approve that list. So if you will approve that, I ask for your approval on that list.
Board, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Dr. Wells?
And that's all from Human Resources tonight.
Okay.
And that's my dad calling. Sorry. I only run the rings, it's my father. So, sorry about that.
Next, is it
Next, we have
13?
Superintendent Matters.
Yep.
And first, we have the 25-26 school calendar. And so at the request of the board, we did add the inclement weather days, so to speak, the TI days. So you can see those were added. One day was added in February, February 17th, and one day was added in April, on April 13th. So if we need to go to inclement weather days, we could pull those teacher work days back and make them inclement weather days. But they are right now, they'd be teacher work days up front. If we didn't miss the time to need it, they would stay a teacher work day. But if not, we could also make those instructional days. And that was the only change to the budget that, to the calendar that was requested by the board. So I'd ask you to approve the calendar at this time.
Okay.
Motion to approve the calendar.
Second? Is that hear that? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You go, Dr. Wells.
All right, thank you. Next one, the VSBA Southern Regional Forum on March 26th. The registration closed yesterday. And so we have Ms. Ligon and Ms. Saunders had signed up. And so that'll be at the Rustburg Middle School on March 26th. We are taking the CTE bus there to kind of show that off to the Southern region. And so we'll be there for that. Also, it's the art contest for our students, and we'll be taking student art there to be voted on regarding the art contest. We had Read Across America last week. Some of you joined me at Elon to read to students there. I know some of you others read at other schools, and we had students from across the county and adults and people from across the county come in to read. We also have on March 28th, at Central Elementary School, they have their day, and they've pushed out and asked people to come read there on March 28th. So you're more than welcome. If you want to go to Central on March 20th and read, you can do that as well. Just let us know, and we can get you on the list. Any questions there? Okay. Just to let you know, trout releases are coming up. We lost a couple tanks as far as some fish didn't make it through the winter. But we're still doing the activities, the stream activities with them. Ms. McNerney will send you the dates. If you would like to join us on any of those, you're more than welcome to. But we'll be up on Peddler River doing those a week or so before spring break and a week or so after spring break. But you're more than welcome to join us and bring your waders and jump in the creek if you want to. The VSBA Business Honor Roll, we have a resolution, or it's actually three different resolutions for local businesses. We'd like to get those approved tonight, and then we can send it in to get them recognition. And then the last is Showcases for Success, and we want to do the CTE bus with that and break a showcase, and that will need a majority of the board to agree to. But first, I guess we did the resolutions for approve the resolution for the businesses. And I just need a consensus from y'all, and y'all all have to sign. I'm saying you support them, but
okay.
I think you have a copy at your place. Johnson's Health, Hickey, and the Chamber of Commerce are the three organizations that we recommended.
Yep. Do you need a motion, or you just need a?
I need a consensus,
Okay.
and then y'all would have to sign the original one in color.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm
So
on
if we
board.
say no, we don't have to sign?
I'm on board. Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. Okay. Sign them when we're done.
Okay.
Okay.
And then for the VSBA showcase, I do need a motion for us to submit the CTE bus for that. We'll do all the background work on that. That's in a majority of the board, so I do need a vote, a majority vote on that.
Okay. 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 All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then the last thing I talked about to you earlier during the budget is we are presenting the budget at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, according to talk to Mr. Bryant from the county. And so I'll be presenting your budget, your your past budget tonight to him on Tuesday. We'll also share a copy of the presentation with the Board of Supervisors so they can have it in advance. I'll talk to him tomorrow about that. And so we'll move forward with that on Tuesday.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Great.
Anything else? You have any questions for me?
Board, any questions for Dr. Wells?
Is the luncheon coming up? The educational luncheon?
Yes, it is. The 24th, yes, ma'am.
24th?
March 24th, I'm sorry.
We got it at home, but I was just want to refresh my
Yeah,
memory.
March 24th. Had to move it because of the teacher workday changing from the 17th to the 24th. Yes, ma'am.
All righty. What's that?
Public comment you add to the agenda.
Okay, do we do that now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, I wasn't sure where we were on the, okay. So, we were gonna open up the floor again for public comment. So if there's anyone from the audience who would like to address the board, please step forward. Okay.
Hey everybody, Sam Soger, District 2, parent. I just have some questions about the getting out of the Virginia School Board Association. I would love for there to be some real discussion about this. I think the community should be involved. I think the administration should be involved. And I guess just as a audience member, I am kind of taken aback by this stuff and, well, would love to know more about it. But as always, you know what I say, I just am really concerned about the education quality that students are receiving and that the school system has the resources that it needs. And I'm not moved by the $16,000 when we think about, you know, where we could cut the funding, I think these sort of lowest rung of the ladder positions that are educational supports in the schools are really important. And that if we were going to think about, well, where can we sort of scrap and save, that, you know, membership in Virginia School Board Association doesn't seem like necessarily the area you need to target. And I would also say that we really shouldn't be considering getting rid of those educational support resources. You know, I hope that we can look in other areas and also work tirelessly to acquire grant money that's out there. It seems like there is money enrichment available for this stuff, and we have to be aggressive, and I would like you all to be aggressive about figuring out how to fund the school children of Amherst needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to approach the board? Yes, sir. Getting your steps in.
I was told that a long time ago that if you ever went to a public meeting that the most you should ever speak is twice, because by the third time, people have kind of grown numb. I apologize for that. Back in September, our student representatives talked about a new mindset. Instead of people just saying, well, it's just Amherst, that we have a sense of Amherst proud, that we're proud to be here, that we're proud to be a part of this particular community for its values, for its lifestyle, for being a resident here. And that has really struck me, and I think that as we conduct business, that keeping that in mind is really important, to have that goal of being Amherst proud. And I hear that through a lot of your comments, but I want to keep that in the forefront of your mind. The second comment that I would make is when the Lynchburg leadership, or Leadership Lynchburg, reported their findings, they talked a lot about teacher support. And I guess what I don't quite understand is when I sit in these meetings, I hear a lot of teacher support being given by our school district. So I'm wondering, when they say teacher support, do we have a clear idea of what kinds of support they need? I don't know, but it seems like through all the times that I'm here, you all are out there in the schools, you're talking to the principals, you're talking to the teachers. What kind of support isn't being offered that they're concerned about? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move on. Board, if we could do our individual reports, and then, I know. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Saunders, you want to kick it off?
I'm going to kick it off.
You go, girl.
Okay. I do want to thank all the schools for their gifts and their cards for the School Board Appreciation Month. Last week after that budget meeting, I went home and read the cards. I needed to read the cards. And it helped to remind me of the why. Why I do this, why it is important, why I sat there for 6 hours. I want to let all the staff and teachers and administration and students know that we appreciate you, or I know I do appreciate you, everything that you all do. So thank you. In saying that, the cosmetology lab gave us a free coupon, which I used. So big shout out to Miss Tyree and her students. They did a great job. They were very professional. She's got them in, whipping them into shape. And it was a great experience. So thanks for that. Okay, for a moment, I'm going to talk about the B word, budget. So parents and community, if this is important to you, you really need to reach out to your board of supervisor. I don't envy them for this budget. This is the year. Next year will be a little different when the tax assessments come up, but this year's tough. And I appreciate all that they've done, but they need to hear from all of us on how important it is to take care of our youngest community. So please reach out. Now, Mr. Porter, what did I find that was the best thing we've done this year? I think, is that the question you asked? I want to say best labs, because I look at the laser data, and I look at the best lab data, and you can see where the behavior is going down. And it's individuals, but it's also for that classroom. When I had my kids in the classroom, it's hard to learn when there's a lot of disruption. And it's hard for the teacher to teach when there's a lot of disruption. What did I find most surprising? I think that we all have the same goal, and I don't know if that's the surprising part, but we all sort of reach it in a lot of different ways. But our main focus is to make sure that our kids in Amherst get the best education that we can give them, the best start for their future. So with that, I pass the torch to Mr. Arazi.
So, Ms. Saunders, I like the tinsel. I see that.
Thank you.
Yes.
As my husband says, my Christmas tinsel.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Some good
Mr.
stuff.
Rossi, go ahead.
Wow, what a night. We have an approved budget, and that's kind of exciting, but there was a lot of work into that. I know there was a lot of work into that. And being able, we got to back up a whole year, because getting us in the position where we could do the budget this year. And I remember hearing other districts having trouble and struggles. We were actually put in a pretty good spot this year to start off with. And, you know, Dr. Wells and your team, the ability to put us there, it mattered, and it showed up this year. And, you know, being able to add teachers is great for any district, but especially for ours, because we needed it. Our student body is shrinking, but our need is growing. And to get students prepared, we need educators there. and we need quality educators. And I think with the things that the education department is doing locally within our group, we're putting ourselves above the rest. We're standing out with the addition at the high school and all the great work going on there. It's going to be a destination high school for some of these parents when they start looking around and seeing what's going on at our high school. And I think with the data that I'm seeing, with what we're able to show with student growth, we're going to be able to say, we can get your student there. This is where they need to be to learn. And I think if we have enough data to back that, and we can show proof that we can do it, nothing's going to stop Amherst. We're all going to grow and get better. And thank you for all that hard work putting that presentation together. That was a lot of work, and I definitely appreciate your team. Absolutely. And that's it. It's been a long night, Dr. Wells. I hope you feel better soon.
Okay, Ms. Justice.
Thank you, sir. So went to Gov School meeting and we talked budget, much simpler. The Gov School tuition is increasing for the first time in a number of years to $5,000 per student. One of the things that Dr. Smith really wanted to get out there was that the Gov School pays for all of their premiums and benefits. It's not Lynchburg City doing it. They pay for it through their budget. Dr. Smith did some shopping around and found a savings of 30% in their premium for errors and omissions, plus equipment and materials in the building. So in a time of insurance, hearing about an improvement in rates is like not heard of. So the really sad thing is Dr. Smith is retiring June 30th of this year. So he's going to be switching things up. He has a good plan on how the transition can go well for the school. Our students are continuing to be involved. Amherst is using up all their slots, and even when someone had to step down, we filled it right back up. So it's very exciting. I think one of the things that also came out was just a reaffirming that 100% of the students at Gov School are going on to higher learning. These students are working very hard. There's not the behavior issues because they've got a purpose, they've got a goal, this is where they're going, and they know that this is an opportunity that is rare. And so it's just a really great environment. Ms. Saunders is going to be going in May for me when I'm out of town, and I know she'll enjoy it. So as far as our meeting, one of the things I appreciate about Amherst is the genuine respect in dialogue over really tough issues. We all have the same goal of benefiting the children. We have a variety of views on what that might look like. I think everyone is unified in supporting our teachers and our kids and our programs, and that is shown through our budget. I'll bring up BSBA real quick. One of the things for me is I don't see it tied to our teachers or our students. So that is something that I'm like, well, is that really so necessary for our kids? I see that as far as the credentialing, that our state listened and reduced, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Wells, but they reduced the impact of chronic absenteeism from 33% as far as weight to 10%, which is very good because they still aren't differentiating for those who may not be at school but are doing very well. So I've done several professional developments. I was a part of a seminar today on mental health in the schools and how we can get services that aren't necessarily costing our district and how can we invest that way. And so I'm just really thankful for, I mentioned earlier, and Mr. Rossi brought it up, that we saved 3 teaching jobs on our budget session last week. For a district this size, that's huge. That's huge. That's our neighbors. That's our kids. And we also expanded best labs to an additional school. And we sustained what we invested in last year. And I continue to think Amherst County is one of the best places to live and work. And I think that's why you see people coming back year after year that went to school here, coming back to teach here and raise their kids here. And even tonight in the Lynchburg leadership, you had people that either have kids in the schools, have taught in the schools here, or live here. So thank you very much.
Okay. Ms. Thompson?
I just want to thank the Lynchburg leadership as well as the staff here for trying, and Mr. Childress, you as well, for reaching out to try to find out things that our teachers may want or need or would find that it could help them and their work, that they would have a better work experience. And the more we look at those and the more we ask those questions and seek for things beyond just finances, I think that our teacher satisfaction and our teacher morale will improve, but it takes us to reach out, and Lynchburg leadership has done that. I know y'all are doing that, and I look forward to continuing to do that because it's not an easy task. Also want to remind everybody about the Art Month. Lots of opportunities going across the street from us with the events and the mobile art show, as well as performing arts. I thought that was something going into the spring that's really important and right here at our fingertips. Also want to thank everybody for the work on the budget. I know it's not easy. Mrs. Lakonich, just thank you for the formatting that you did this year. I think that, for me, that was very helpful. And you're always very helpful in answering any questions that we may have, so thank you very much. Also want to say that I'm excited about the budget. I know that the Board of Supervisors will have some tough decisions to make, but they have been very supportive of our schools, and I know that they will continue to be supportive of our schools. So as Mrs. Saunders said, reach out to them, talk to them, let them know what's important to you as parents, as teachers, as staff. But parents especially, reach out and let the Board of Supervisors know. We're here to work together for your children, and we value your input. And I know the Board of Supervisors will as well. Also know that with the caliber students we have and the excellent teachers that we have, the support that you guys have shown us tonight, that we've always known that you've been doing that, but the presentation tonight on the academic supports was so clear. It just hit the target to let us know what you're doing every day and the supports you're providing teachers in the school. And I think that Mr. Porter hit it on the head. If those supports aren't what they need, then what do they need? Because it was quite extensive. And I just know that with all of the expertise in the buildings, in the classroom, here at central office, with our administrators in the buildings, that, and I even want to say with all of the grant funds that you have utilized and brought in, have provided additional extra staffing, such as the reading specialist and the math specialist, to help really tackle some of those issues. I'm so excited that I just know we're going to see some great results this year, because there's no way you can put this much into a concerted effort to improve our students' education that it's not going to show and shine. So I just I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. If you sat there and said, well, we're doing our best and that's all I knew, I'm going to go, well, I'm not quite sure. but y'all are working hard. I know the teachers are working hard. I just want to encourage everybody to be team players and to do your part and to let's communicate about what we need to get over the finish line. So that's about all I have. As the important thing is that our students can read and they know how to do math and they understand history and science. And so we're just going to keep the main thing, at least in my book. That's the priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ligon?
Abby said some great things that I was thinking about, so I'll just move right on. First, I just want to just clear the slate that I'm not that old person stuck in the mud on new ideas about the VSBA. I think it was Dr. Daniels, my first superintendent, who set me down for about 2 hours. I'm going to be quick. And he explained to me why we went to those meetings. And thanks be to God, I have to say it that way, I haven't missed a meeting in 25 years. But he explained to me, which I was thinking about something he said, Ms. Justice, that this was PD for me. This was to make me a better school board member. This was to, because I didn't know a thing about budget. I didn't know a thing about Title IX. I didn't know any of that. And he said, Priscilla, when you go to these meetings, you're learning how to be a good school board member. Now, things have changed. We can Google anything we want now. We have choices of other organizations. But that's why, for me personally, that taught me what I needed to do. I think I did pretty good with it. And so every superintendent would drive me down, and somebody's still doing it. And we'd come back with, we'd have to tell somebody what we learned back in the day. Say, what did you get out of it, and how can you be a good instrument for Amherst County? And it taught me about SOLs, it taught me about discipline, it taught me OCR. So when we faced that here, I had been to a class on it. So I'm just giving my personal opinion of why I'm not going to be the stick in the mud if the board wants to move forward. But I do want you to know that it's been a great asset to me. I have never looked at it as a political organization. I go there, I listen to the classes, I listen to the speakers, I jot down some notes. Usually the main speakers are motivators. They read books, they're motivating us to motivate our staff here in Amherst. So that's my point on that. And my second point is that I would never say keep something in the budget when I know that we are very lean this year, whether it be VSB or attorney. I just think we need to have more conversation about it before we do it. But what probably will happen, and we hope not, is that when Dr. Wells presents this, if they don't like it, we'll have to come back to the drawing board. And when we come back to the drawing board, that's when we can tear these things apart. But we're hoping that he can go in there now. That doesn't mean we won't have the discussion about the attorney fees or VSBA, but we give him a shot at it and see how he comes back. So I just want everybody to know I'm not about spending money unnecessarily, and I'm not about saying you must stay, because everybody has the right to do what they want to do. I just want to do that. And my last comment for Mr. Chair and everybody else concerned, I go to the convocation, is that what it's called? The opening, like everybody else. We go to the new teacher luncheons, the new teacher breakfasts, all these sort of, people seem to be happy to me. I must be looking at this wrong. Everybody seems to be happy. Nobody has come up to me yet and said, I hate my job. I wish they would tell me if they do so I could help. 3 words that have stuck in my mind: support. What are we talking? Support from whom? These people here surely is in the school. I'm just going to say this. She's not listening. My daughter, who taught here, she is listening. But she moved because she moved to another location. Well, let me tell you what she said. This school division gives you more support than you could ever reach out from other school divisions. Now, not where she is now. She loves where she is. We have administrators in the building. We have principals practically laying down on the ground to help folk. We got all of these, as you were talking, PLCs, OCRs. When I first saw that, I got nervous. I was like, OCR, oh no. I had to sit down and work and read it. But here's what I'm saying. We got, if it's support, I'd like to know what we're talking about. I'd just like to be clear. What support, from whom, for what? Resources. I think someone mentioned that we have packed the bus and all these things for the children. I took for granted, and this is, I think I did learn this in Williamsburg, that teachers do sometimes buy things for their classroom, but do we need to look at that? Is that something that we missed? I didn't know that they didn't have, what resources do we have? Computers, we have all these things you work with, we've had all this stuff they put up there. That's a resource for me. In my business, when people give me those things, I use them. So and then time. What can we do here? I mean, I wrote those 3 words down. What are we talking about? Time. Do we have lunchtime? Do we have planning time? I thought some of the aides helped while you had bus duty time. So when we get through the budget, maybe we can break that sort of thing down. If we really want to, I know this is your baby, if we really want to help, I'm messing with you, we want to help morale, then I don't know what we're supposed to do, because no one has come up to me yet and said, I hate my job. I don't want anybody to, you know. I want them, but if these are three big points, resources, time, and I'm through, and planning, no, resources, time, and support, I'd like to know what we can do. Because somebody must be doing something here. There's a lot of support on those pages right there. If you're not utilizing them, that's more than I get. I've been at CVCC 36 years, and we have support, but I have to do a little something myself. I have to do a little something, you know. They give me everything I need, but they expect for me to use it. I don't want any teacher mad about the jeans. I don't want the teachers out there flattening my tires, because I'm like you. If you want to wear them, fine. I just said it was not my place to do a dress code. I want that clear. So help yourself, you know. But I am about professionalism, and I always will be. I just cannot, as I conclude, Mr. Chair, I can't lower my standards all the time, just because. So, you know, jeans cut up with little holes and things in them, I don't know. But maybe we won't see them. Maybe we see designer jeans, and it's all good. But like Ms. Thompson said, as I conclude, that's not my place. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Childress.
Mr. Chair, board members, so I first wanted to say thank you for the many gifts in the month of February. It was awesome. You know, one of them was a little airplane, and so I thought that was very unique for me. And I certainly enjoyed having the personalized cards in there. That's, you know, it's something different when it's written to you specifically. It has your name on it, so that was very special. So I'm very thankful for that. I did have the opportunity this past month to visit Amon Elementary. I did get to go in and see all the classes throughout the day, and I have to say it was very exciting as I went into kindergarten, first grade, to see our teachers reading to our students and teaching, and how they were helping to break down the words. And some of those vocabulary words they were doing are pretty big words. I was like, what grade are we in? And so it was a great experience. And then recently, the Read Across America event last week, so I did get to go to Elon Elementary, and I got to read a book that I wrote. It's still working on and getting published, Zippy Goes to the Moon. And so that was exciting. The kids loved it. They gave me all kind of scenarios for second and third and fourth and fifth book for Zippy, and but most of the theme was they really wanted Zippy to go to the moon in the book. So we'll see how that goes. And then you know, what I will say about the teacher retention piece is that I think it's very plain to see that when we look at how many teachers leave our school division in a year, right? And teachers aren't leaving Amherst County over $1,000 or $2,000 difference in pay, right? They're not going to Lynchburg, they're not going to Appomattox, they're not going to Nelson County to get $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 more in pay, right? Nobody's gonna do that. But what they are doing is they're leaving for maybe because of spouse or something like that, but they also leave because they're not happy with their jobs, right? And they're not necessarily going to come tell school board members that they're not happy. They're just going to be disgruntled. They're going to start finding another job. Maybe they find it in a different industry or what have you. And that's why I challenge us as a school board, I challenge you as administrators to figure out ways that we can improve, you know, the workplace culture for our teachers. We hear all the time, I mean, even with the leadership Lynchburg, they came up with the same things that I've said, I've heard other board members say. What are our teachers complain about? They complain about pay, all right? There's not a lot we can do with that. We've already had that discussion. I'd love to double their salaries if we could, but that's not a reality. We can't do that. So what else can we do? They complain about time. I can tell you, they do not like being, having to be in all these PLCs. They do not like all this data collection because they don't really see the data as being useful. And so I think we got to change that persona. And those are a lot of the supports I think we're providing them. And they don't see those as supports. They see those as hindrances because our teachers want to be in the classroom teaching. right? That's what they were called to do. That's what they want to do. They want to be in the classroom teaching, not writing up some report, not writing how they tiered instruction. They want to teach. That's what they have a desire to do. So that's what we got to figure out how to help them do that, right? And I think if we can change our culture, little steps at a time, whether it's a tire, whether it's whatever it is, then we can start to build that culture where our teachers want to be here. And that way, there's not a lure for somewhere else over, $2,000 or whatever to go to another school division. So that's what I would like for us to do as a board. I respect every board member up here. Again, we all have the same goal. We really want Amherst to be the best. I'm born and raised here in Amherst County. I grew up in this school system. I go through a lot of trouble to come to these board meetings, to come to these events. I have to take personal leave from my job to do that. And I don't do it because it's fun. I do it because I care, because I really want to contribute to Amherst County and to our community, and most importantly to our students, because I really want them to have the best education, to give them the best opportunities they can. And I think it starts with making sure that our teachers are the best and that they're happy coming to work every day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So there's a lot been said. I can't say a whole lot of that again, but one of the things I'm most proud of is we got this report today. This came to us today, and I like this little graph right here. This says, if you could change one thing about your current school or the school system, what would it be? And it says number 1 was more staff, and the number 2 was more pay. And that was already a focus of ours. So we didn't have this to go, let's do this. We've been listening to people, teachers, talking to us, telling us things, and we use that. So, yes, sir, I think we hear you. So I just want to pass that on. I did get a chance to do the Read Across America. That was the first time I'd ever done that. So that was a lot of fun. They hold you they put you to the test. The trout release, I think that is one of the neatest little programs we have going on here because of the things we have in our county that our kids don't get a chance to take advantage of. You'd be surprised how many kids don't go play in the stream. And it's here. It's not only our stream, it feeds the other rivers, the bay, the ocean. It has such an impact on so many different things. I really encourage the kids to participate in that. I heard the Day of Giving date coming up. When is that date? April 11th, okay. That is another big thing. Getting our kids out there, getting them involved in our communities, showing them that there's a bigger world than just what they've got going on. There's other people out there that could use their support. Denasia, thanks for bringing that up because I didn't have that on my radar. But one of the things that I am most proud of, and that's not just being on the school board. Like Mr. Childers said, I was born here. I went through Amherst County schools. I graduated from Amherst County High School. I didn't live here after college for a short period, but I bought land here expecting to move back so that my 3 kids could go here. My parents went here. My grandparents graduated from Madison Heights High School. So not only is Amherst a great place to move to, it's a great place to be from. And I can look around and I can see people who are in the same boat as I. And that is what I'm most proud of. So with that, I am done. Board, there's one thing left to do.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Oh, we got a sign.